I just missed my flight. Didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.
Next stop, Hamid International Airport.
This is a dream come true.
And good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, wherever you're tuning in from. We're here for day number 2 of Jericho-Aquara, the GKA Big Air World Cup. This is the first event of the 2025 calendar year, and we are starting things off this morning, as you can see, with hydrofoil. So hydrofoil women's big air will be crowning our world champion. This event, however, for hydrofoil will count for the 2024 year. The 2025 is only for twin tip men and women. And looking at the forecast today, let's just talk you through the plans for the day. All right, so Thursday the 7th, here we have a strong forecast coming in. Actually rained last night, so hoping that that rain doesn't affect the strength of the wind, because around 11 o'clock, it's looking like we're going to be upwards of 30 knots of wind with a nice solid direction. At the moment, it's a little bit on the lighter side, but for our hydrofoil riders, it's great. We're seeing around just underneath 25 knots at the moment. So these women are sure going to be putting on a show for us. And it's a it's a ladder of 5 women. And at the moment, we are live in heat number 1. And we have Agata Prince in the orange jersey and Katalina Salandova over on the blue. Very, very shortly, we'll be able to get the scores on the screen. We're just working on getting the logistics behind that so that we can show you exactly how many tricks are counting and their scores for the individual trick, as we see a nice little back roll there from Agata. So how does it work? Well, we have 7 tricks, and 3 of which are going to be counting towards the final score in hydrofoil. And here we have Catalina, who last year in the hydrofoil Big Air World Championships actually competed with the men due to a lack of number for the women. But this year we're seeing the growth of this sport, and we have another 5 joining us in Brazil this year, which is always good to see. More riders competing on the tour, and the women now have a chance to crown a women's big air hydrofoil world champion. Currently on trick attempts number 4. And it's done turn by turn. So riders go turn by turn. They have a flag on the beach which gets raised in accordance to their lycra colour. And then they have roughly 45 seconds to perform their tricks. Transition period between each heat will be around 2 minutes, which means that anyone watching at home, don't go anywhere in the breaks, because we are fighting fit and we are going straight pretty much into the next heats. Program for the rest of the day. Once the women finish, it should take just shy of 2 hours to crown our women's big air champion in 2024 for hydrofoil. And then the plan is to shift straight over to twin tip. Yesterday we had twin tip pretty much all day. The wind did come a little bit late, around 20 past 12, and we competed just shy of 5:30. We were able to complete all of round 1 men, all of round 1 women, and then we did round 2 of the men, but only got halfway through. It was heats of 4 by then. So we have 2 more heats in round number 2 of the men. We then switch back over to the women and vice versa, and push as far as we can until the wind and the sunlight lets us. Keep your comments coming in the chat over here in YouTube. It's great to see where you're all tuning in from and who you're rooting for. Also questions maybe about gear, maybe about the local spot as well. We'll try and get also some riders to join us out in the booth. Let us know who you want to join in. But the sun is shining, the wind is blowing, and it's only going to get windier. So fingers crossed, everyone, for a great day of action here for day number 2, kicking things off with the women's hydrofoil big air division. So how are we looking for the scores? Obviously you can't see them just yet. We're working very hard to get those appear on the top left-hand side of the screen. But at the moment, it's Katarina Salandova who is currently in the lead. She has 3 tricks counting to her overall score. A 4.33 for a board off, a 5 bang on the money for a kite loop back roll, and then just a straight jump of a 1.83, totaling that 11.16. Agata, on the other hand, has a back roll for 2.67, which she opened up with, and just a straight jump for 1.70. So it's 3 tricks counting in 7 attempts. We're now on to the last attempt for these ladies. And it's important that how do they get all 3 scores counting? Well, they've got to tick the right families. They can't just do 3 back rolls and expect all 3 to score. Hence why we see there Katarina has 3 tricks counting, because she has ticked the kite loop category on her last move. She also ticked the board off, and she has a kite loop back roll, so a back rotation, making the score of a 13.36. And there you go. You can see the scores now. Big thank you for the team for sorting that out. And Julio back at home always makes it happen, as we can see there. Pierre Schneider on the right-hand side. He's going to be competing in the men's hydrofoil big air, and that is, we have his partner in crime, Andrea Zust, who is going to be in the next heat. Up next, we've got Francesca Maini, Karolina Minchniuk, and Andrea there, who we just saw. And I've just heard the buzzer go for this heat. So it's going to be Katarina who advances through in first place. Agata, however, will have another chance to jump. As you can see now, the clouds have passed very early this morning. It was up at 5 a.m., which is surprising myself. But it was very, very cloudy this morning. Even signs of rain. But stay tuned. Heat number 2 up next.
Just missed my flight. Didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.
Next stop, Hamid International Airport.
And we're back now. Heat number 2, as you can see, round number 1, Francesca Maini, Karolina Minchnuk and Andrea Zust. Those are going to be the next women hydrofoil big air riders. Round number 1, heat number 2. And then we'll be having a heat break before we go into the final. Sorry, the semi-final. So scores now coming down. And Francesca there just timed out on her first one. Carolina now on your screen with the orange lycra. So I do want to talk a little bit onto the judging criteria, just to give everyone at home a little bit of the inside knowledge to what our judges want to see for all riders that are on the water. The same will go for the surfboard and the twin tip. We'll go through the judging criteria and let you guys know. So as I mentioned, it is 7 tricks. 3 of them are going to be counting. So, judging criteria, obviously height and amplitude is a biggie. They want to see the riders go nice and high, maximum height achieved, the hang time also considered, and the travel distance are all key factors. And also the extremity. So, what's the risk factor of each move? How much yank are they getting if they're looping the kite? When they're looping the kite, what's the kite angle? Where is that kite positioned? As we see a nice kite loop there from Carolina, but that will go down as a crash. Also the explosivity of the trick and the speed in and the speed out. So how much commitment are they showing? We like the word commitment here in the GKA. So those are the 2 main factors of judging criteria, but also there's an element of technical difficulty, and that's assessed from 0.1 to 10 points. All right, so the execution, the degree of spins that you complete while performing a maneuver. Do you do 1 spin, 2 spin, 3 spins or more? Are those inverted maneuvers? Or are they just sort of a standard rotation? Inverted maneuvers obviously considered more challenging than a flat spin. Also, if the wind allows, maybe we're going to see some double or triple rotations, loops, flips, maybe some board spins. They're all scored higher than single maneuvers as long as the extremity and the height and amplitude factors are met. Board offs obviously performed by the foil or the board edge will score higher than those executed from the strap of the board. We have the element of innovation as well, so anything that we see that is new or maybe a world's first in competition, that will obviously be rewarded as well. All tricks need a solid landing, ridden away in control. If the board and the hydrofoil touches the water on landing, that will obviously affect the score. If they land straight on the foil and manage to ride away on the foil, rewards will be given to those riders. We also sometimes see surface tricks. They will count, but as the wind speed increases, the height and amplitude and extremity are the key scores to going big and winning the event. Surface tricks will be scored, but if it's windy, they're going to be on the low range. So there we go. Hopefully that gives you a good insider into what the judges are looking for. We're now underway with the hydrofoil, and we'll be staying with these women until we crown our world champion for 2024, because that's the plan. Who do you reckon is going to take the victory here at these 5 ladies? We've obviously got Agata Prince and Katarina Salandova, who were in the previous round 1 of heat number 1. Katarina coming out on top there. And then we've got these 3 riders as well. So let me know in the comments, who's your predicted world champion? Who are you going to place your bets on? Francesca at the moment timed out for the first 2. We're now following that blue lycra. So just had a little bit of confirmation that actually the 2 riders that were previously in that heat number 1 of round number 1, Katarina and Agate, were still in the competition area, which was causing a little bit of confusion for our judges to actually identify who's who, as it means there's a couple of the same lycra colours out there. But they are coming in now, as you can see, and will remain out with Francesca, Carolina and Andrea. So here we go, finding a kicker, goes up. A little bit of a down loop, but a straight jump there. So we watch the replay here. Pulls in the bar. Maybe not just quite getting the height. Andrea was one in there. She had a great performance over in Silt, actually. She competed for the first time in Silt, and actually joined the men's division just because the numbers were low for the women, and she had a great time and also a great performance out there, as did her partner Pia Schneider, who actually ended up on the podium. And as I mentioned before, now we have a separate women's division, with there being 5. And we follow Andrea Zeus now, riding the North Ultra. So some scores coming in now. Francesca there going for the 1-footer. Coming down a little bit heavy, but pretty much back up onto the foil. And scores now starting to drop for our riders. So 6.70 for that last kite loop, actually, for Francesca. Not the board off. Sorry, not the 1-footer. That's coming in very, very shortly. Andrea has a 2.27 for that straight jump that we just saw. And we see here, I believe that's, yeah, Carolina there, who needs to somewhat get out on the water quite soon. You never want to tangle in your lines, though. Always a bit of a nightmare if you've got those tangles. You don't want to be wasting time on the beach, but you can see hopefully they're being able to launch that kite. Joselito del Rosario there jumping in as well. There we go. So the thumb up. We have liftoff. Nice little back roll there. Was that a 1-footer we see as well from Andrea? Back roll 1 foot. We'll watch that on the replay as she goes up. Back rotation. Yes, takes up that front foot, grabs the board by the front strap, and is able to redirect that kite and keeps it together back up onto the foil. So nicely done there from her. 1 foot for Francesca, a 4.10. So 10.80 combined score for her. As we now go into Carolina. So we're looking for that orange lycra. She did make her way out onto the water, but a little bit late launching that kite. But no, sorry, we're following Francesca, who has a crash on her 5th trick attempt. Going for the back roll kite loop there. Trying to tick off that 3rd family, so she has another score counting towards the overall. And we have the old dual screen now. So you can see Carolina now making her way out into the competition area. A bit late at the moment, though. We are on trick attempt number 5. So she's been crashed out now, and we're going to follow Andrea. Back roll 1 foot of a 4.50, riding the wave there a little bit, but goes over the front of the board. She'll need to get up quickly so that she doesn't get timed out. So here we go, Andrea now, right foot forward, wanting to make use of those kickers. We know that the kickers here play a big advantage into how much, using them as a ramp, let's say, and being able to help go a little bit higher. Goes for the kite loop, following the crash she can manage to land one of those kite loops, that will be another family ticked for her. She does have another attempt, well, 2 attempts actually, because it's 7 trick attempts, 3 of which are going to be counting. Just having a look into some of your comments on the YouTube. It seems like maybe you're having a low frames per second on the stream. Pass this information on to the technical team and try and get a nice, cleaner picture for everyone at home. So we're just working on getting a little bit of a smoother internet connection here in Jericho. I know yesterday's stream was nice and smooth in regards to the frames per second, so we are working on that. Please be patient with us, and hopefully it will be sorted very, very soon. Technical team is on it, and hopefully at the moment you can follow on our live stream ticker as well. You can find that on the website. We also have the scores that can be followed on the website as well. Okay, so 3 tricks counting for Francesca. She had a nice kite loop move there, that back roll kite loop. 8.50, highest score of the heat so far. Coming into the last trick attempt now for her, as we're following that white lycra. So we see the kite loop. And landing it very nicely there. And she'll be looking to improve on that 6.70 kite loop. So now we have the last trick for Carolina. Can still have a chance to go into second place if she has a nice trick landed here, but she needs a 6.78. So we continue to follow Carolina here. But has just been tricked out. So we'll go another crash. Francesca there. Andrea. Now we are following. Last trick of the heat.
This is a dream come true.
Okay, welcome back everyone. So we have round number 2, heat number 1. Who's going to be booking their place into the final? We have Karolina Michniuk, Agatha Prince and Andrea Zust. So it's a final of 4. So there's going to be 2 of these riders that are going to be going through. Let me know on the connection and the speed of the stream for everyone at home. Now we're after that heat break. We're able to spend a little bit of time. Hopefully the signal is a little bit better for you all watching at home. I really do hope so. And then we're going to be having the final. So here we go, green flag now. And the red flag is up for Carolina. So just going to be finding our riders now on the water. 7 tricks, 3 of which are going to be counting. And there we go. So it's all about booking that place into the final. Height and amplitude, that's what the judges want to see, and also explosivity. Those 2 factors key in the big air division across all disciplines, whether that's twin tip surfboard or hydrofoil. I'm glad to hear that the stream is looking good now, and hopefully this long may it continue, I say here, in one of the booths here on the beach of Jericho. Sun is out, wind is blowing, probably got about, I would say, around 25 knots, maybe just shy of 25 knots at the moment. So I saw Francesca's kite actually was around a 7 meter. I think some of them, I believe that call there is a 6. So there's plenty of wind there. Straight jump there for Carolina was a 2.33. Score dropping on your screen in just a few seconds. Bang, there we go. It's like I was magic. And another straight jump there for Agata. But she did crash. So Andrea will be next. Looking for that green lycra now with Andrea. And there she is with the white helmet, green lycra on, riding the Armstrong board down below. And then the Evo D-Lab by the looks of things up above. So green flag up now, 7 tricks, 3 of which are going to be counting. 2 riders going through to the final. Who's going to be joining Katarina Salandova and Francesca Maini? Andrea now riding toe side. Probably going to turn around and then go back the other way, but we do remember from yesterday, I mean, riders have around 45 seconds to perform their tricks, but they've got to be, judges actually being pretty strict on this deadline, and rightly so. I mean, the wind is pretty stable here in Brazil, which is always a good thing, as she goes for a kite loop. And that will be a crash. Not getting enough height there to sort of swing underneath the kite. A little bit more commitment needing there in the takeoff, let's say. More speed. Speed is your friend. And going right foot forward is always a bit of a benefit here at this spot as well, because the winds sort of cross on from the right when you're down at the beach. So you can use those waves to their advantage if you are jumping right foot forward. If you're jumping left foot forward and you prefer that, you can sort of sometimes get off the back of the wave coming in. But it's definitely a little bit tougher. And we're kicking things off today with the hydrofoil woman, a 1-footer there from Carolina. Struggled in that last heat, Carolina. She was a little bit late to the party, getting actually out into the heat. I think 5 tricks had gone past and she was still on the beach lifting that kite. So good for her to get a score on the board in this heat. For other 2 riders in Agata and Andrea just crashed out on that first trick. Carolina there crashing out on that one. But plenty of a chance to redeem as we now follow Agata. After this heat, we will be having another heat break, and then we will be having the final. The reason why we have heat breaks is because we find that there will be riders in this heat that will obviously make it through to the final. So they need to come in, reset, maybe change their kites, have a breather, and then we go out for the 2024 grand finale for the 2024, again, hydrofoil big air woman. Crowning our champion. Last year, the woman had to mix in with the men due to lack of numbers, but this year, it's a different story. Gets a nice kicker. Good height with the contra loop there from Andrea. Can she stick it? Yes, she can. That is a great move there from Andrea. Plenty of height, nice commitment, good bit of yank as well through that maneuver. You see a perfect kicker here as it lines up, really edges upwind. You can see grabbing that bar with two hands, yanking on that front hand. Lets that bar out, Kite swings underneath, and she's able to have a soft landing there, back up onto the foil. Nice score coming your way. Keep an eye on that scoreboard. So there you can see the scores at the moment. Andrea there waiting for that last one to go. And I can tell you now, it's looking a little bit chunky. It's going to be up high around the high sevens, maybe even into the eights for that contra loop. Keep that going and bring that forward, then she'll be booking her way into a final. Carolina up next. Yeah, contra loop there's just dropped. You won't see the scores just yet, but we're watching a replay here for Carolina. She goes up, that back foot comes out, so a 1-footer. Slightly heavy landing, but it's going to be a score trick because she did not crash. There you go, you can see the back foot comes out, grabbing the back of the board, the tail. Kite's a little bit high there on landing. Hence the sort of not the speed in, speed out approach. But we're seeing here Agatha going for a straight jump, has a back row of a 3.10, so that'll be another score added, another family tick, as we see. Just goes up with that straight jump, brings the knees up, gets as much height as possible. And rides away smoothly. A few questions here regarding the 2025 and 2024 scenarios. The event in Silt for the men's did not crown the world's champion. This event for hydrofoil in Brazil for men and women is still part of the 2024 year. So the first event in Silt is actually in for this event as well. And for the woman, because there wasn't an individual women's hydrofoil in Silt, although Andrea did compete with the men. So she will have ranking points in the men's division, but this will be a separate event for them, obviously, because they have a separate women's division. So we'll be crowning 2024 champions in hydrofoil big air for both the men and the women 2024. And then it will be a fresh start for 2025 next year. The only event here in Brazil that counts towards the 2025 calendar year is the men's and the women's twin tip. We crowned Big Air World Champions for those in Gran Canaria. The reason being was that this event in Brazil, we weren't quite sure if it was going to go ahead straight away, and thankfully now it is. But by that time we had to make the decision. We were crowning our champions in Gran Canaria. So coming up to the halfway point now in this heat on trick attempt number 4. Crash there for Carolina. Agatha now up next as she goes up once again. Rides out of that nice and smooth. Believe she's actually obviously got the core up above. You can see an F1 foil, but I believe those boards is one of those Mio boards. We had fortunate enough to have them join us at Dunkirk at the GKA Pro-Am test event. Great to have those guys there, and if you haven't seen them, go definitely check them out. Sustainable materials, all for it. Great designs, nice and sleek. And quite a few riders. I think the likes of Alex Soto also riding for Mio. Believe we also have another rider that rides it as well. Andrea going for the 1-footer. Didn't quite maybe get the height she was hoping for off that kicker. That will go down as a crash, as you can see there, the board's behind her. Let's just have a little look at this one in replay. Yeah, decent takeoff. Goes for the 1-footer off the front, grabbing the nose of the board. But yeah, just a little bit too heavy on the landing, going over the front. 1-footer for Agatha coming in now. Keep your eyes on the scores. There you see. She has 2 counting already. We watch the replay here from Carolina with that 1-footer. Does ride away. Agatha now up next. Current positions, Andrea's in first. Agatha in second and Carolina in third. Agatha there just going for the straight jump. Bit of a butt check though there. Andrea now up next. Current heat leader, has some nice scores on the board. A contra loop and a kite loop, an 8 and a 5.77. So looking to get a third trick scored. They got to tick different trick families. Bit of a mouthful there. Straight jump from Carolina, 2.43. Lovely view from the sky there with our drone. As you can see, nice kicker. Goes through a back roll kite loop. Smooth landing as well. Okay, so let's just refer that as well. We saw that in the last heat from Francesca Maini. How does that one compare to the, believe it was an 8.5 that we saw. I think Francesca went a little bit higher. She also pulled the loop a little bit earlier. Had a bit more of a yank. But let's see. Good kicker. Nice back rotation. Yeah, beautiful there from Andrea. Couldn't quite find her groove in that first heat, but she's here now and cooking with gas. You can see here, spots her landing. And the kite loop back roll coming in and out with a very nice score indeed. Not quite as, let's say, high as Francesca's, but it's up there. As Carolina crashes her 6th trick attempt. So 1 more trick attempt for her, 2 more for the rest. Andrea, there you can see a 7.13 for that kite loop back roll. Highest score for her was that first contra loop that we saw, and rightly so. I mean, it was very impressive, very well executed, good level of commitment and height. 2 factors that the judges do want to see. As we now follow suit with Agatha, still currently sitting in that 2nd position, goes for a back roll, spots the landing, lands it and rides away. So we already do have a back roll for Agatha though, with the 3.10. That was her 2nd trick of the heat. We now go over to Andrea, who only really probably now wants to try and improve that kite loop category of a 5.77. Maybe she can go for a boogie loop. Yeah, she knows she's got to improve it. But goes head over heels on that one. So last round of tricks now, and then we're going to go on to a heat break again. So don't go anywhere, because up next we're going to be having our Women's Big Air Final. We'll be crowning our 2024 champion here in Jericho. So we'll be a 10-minute heat break. Really glad to hear that the stream is now nice and smooth for everyone watching. Nice stable internet connection now we have here on site. But it's the last round of tricks. And then it'll be time for me to catch a tan for 10 minutes outside. See what the wind's doing. See the vibes. And then come back in and watch the first women's Big Air hydrofoil champion be crowned this year. 20.90. Andrea, nice high score there combined. And Francesca on the last actually scored a little bit higher with all her 3 tricks, but they're big scores that are coming in now. Okay, so here we go, last round of tricks. Just a straight jump there for Agate. Carolina also, I believe, might have crashed her 7th trick attempt. Just waiting for scores to drop, but it's going to be a last chance now. Well, I say last chance, however, she has gone through in first place. Andrea's just now can have a little bit of fun. She knows she's probably going through in first place now. She's booked her ticket into the final, as has now Agate, I believe. Yes. So Andrea here maybe plays it safe with a straight jump. Goes for the kite loop, wants to improve that score. And I believe she will do so with that one. So there we have it. Andrea making her way into the final, as well as Agate joining Francesca and Katerina in 10 minutes. Do not go anywhere. Women's big air hydrofoil final coming up next.
Just missed my flight. Didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.
Next stop, Hamid International Airport.
This is a dream come true.
And welcome back, everybody. Here we have the women's hydrofoil big air final. Agata Prince, Andrea Zus, Katarina Salandova, and Francesca Maini. Let's go out to the action as we will be crowning our 2024 women's hydrofoil big air world champion. And kicking things off, we have the white lycra of Agata, who opens up her account with a crash. And next up we're going to have Andrea, who had a very solid heat on that last run. A big contra loop we saw. Does her tricks going right foot forward as well. Likes to use those waves. So here she is on your screen. Just trying to get back up onto that foil. So who's it going to be, ladies and gentlemen? Tune in. Who's going to be taking the victory here in this final? Following the blue now of Katarina, Andrea crashing out on that one. So we now follow the elevate rider of Katarina. Starts to shoot that kite up to 12, goes for a back rotation, I believe. Oh no, just a straight jump. From the view I had, it looked like a rotation there. But it's going to be a score. And then we have Francesca, who at the moment has the highest combined total score. And she now starts to engage, going left foot forward, back in towards the judges. And here we go, you can see front hand, that left hand coming off the bar, opening up the body. Nice pop, just going for a straight jump. Getting an early score on the boards. So here we go, back onto second trick attempts. Nice bit of height there for that straight jump. And just loses it on the landing there. So another crash there for Agata. Nice big loop there from Andrea and lands it straight, pretty much back up onto the foil. Does she keep it together? Very heavy butt check there. We'll have to watch that one on the replay. Contra loop. Nice bit of free fall, but it's just here. She does skip back up onto the foil there, but then I believe just gets swallowed up. Pulls in the front hand. Does land, you can see here, pops back up onto the foil, but there's a lot of weight going backwards, and I do believe she will have a score counting there, but it will be deducted with that heavy butt check. Katarina now, up next. And there she is, a little smooth landing for her. Andrea still has a score to drop. As you can see, she's currently on 0 Francesca 2.33 for the straight jump. Here she goes again. Board off for Katerina with a 3.67. Francesca's definitely going to be looking to start looping the kite soon and put in those back rotations. You can see lovely kite loop there. Perfect height, but just crashes on the way down. You can see there Harry, her boyfriend, on the beach. Just checking out those scores. If Francesca can put a couple of those together, and she'll start getting some nice scores. You can see here, loops the kite. It all looked well and good until she just crashed on the way down. Crash there for Agatha, the first rider who jumps in sequence with that back roll. Kite loop there from Andrea. Katerina now. 7 tricks, 3 of which are going to be counting. We're on trick attempt number 3. So far, Katerina is the rider in lead. As there she's up in the sky. You see, oh, doesn't get the takeoff she wanted. Just going for that back roll there, grabbing the boards. So Francesca now crashed that second trick attempt. She went for a nice kite loop, but unfortunately wasn't able to get the landing in sync. So she'll be most likely aiming to go exactly the same move, I would say. Tick that family off. Keep your eyes on that kite as soon as it starts to go up to 12. Here we go, initiating. Kite loop, nice angle as well on the kite there. Swings underneath. But again, not able to have a clean landing. If she can start dialing in those landings, and she is going to be the woman to beat here. Great height you can see there. One of the higher jumpers we've seen so far. And just, yeah, it's going to go down as a crash. So Andrea now, 4th trick attempt. And Andrea nearly crashing the kite. You can see here, gets a wave, goes for the back roll, 1-footer. Katarina now, 4th trick attempt. She's the only rider that has 3 tricks counting. She goes up for that kite loop. But there's a crash, and you can also see there the height not as high as someone like Francesca is looping. Francesca here really showing, although she has crashed those last 2 and 3 trick attempts, she does show that big air gain, that big air commitment on those jumps. So if she can just link these landings now following these loops, she'll push up into 1st place. We saw her score an 8.5 for a back roll kite loop. She's going for a kite loop again, not as big as the last one we saw, but really needs to stick this landing. But again, struggles, goes over the front, bit too much front foot pressure. And now leaving everyone here needs some scores on the board. I mean, at the moment it's Katarina Salandova. And Francesca here does ride away at the start. But yeah, knows the board goes in the drink, and so does she. So she'll be needing to, with 3 trick attempts remaining, at least have 2 of those counting towards a score. But it's nothing new here for the Brit. Has been in these positions before where needing to get some scores on the board. Also competing, as I mentioned, in the women's twin tip big air. So a straight jump here from Agata. And a landed straight jump as well. So that'll be her first scored trick on trick attempts number 5. Andrea now, another rider that we know can deliver. So we're seeing a kite change here from Francesca. That probably tells me that it's got picked up a little bit in strength. Maybe she's not quite comfortable with what the size she's on at the moment. Whether she's going up or down a size, I'm not too sure. But there's definitely lots of white caps. And you can see now Andrea going big contra loop. And a big crash that follows. So I reckon it's got a little bit windier. As you can see on the water now, it's looking a little bit, those white horses are galloping. Andrea there going a little bit bigger as well than previous jumps. Katarina, big heavy crash, 2nd for her in a row. Andrea, yeah, has the crash. So still, it's actually, you know, these ladies struggling a little bit to get in sync in the final here. The heights there, that we're seeing some nice kite loops, but just these landings. But she's got to be quick. She's got to get on that foil board ASAP, otherwise she's going to be crashed out. So she's got to act quickly at the moment. I don't see any crash from the judges being put on the scoreboard. So you can see there she's looking over her shoulder. She's got to go soon. And I do think she would have been crashed out. She should have jumped right foot forward there. Yep, so it's white flag now. So that's the issue. If you go on a hydrofoil, sometimes you want to come in and change your kite. With the breaking waves, it can be a little bit challenging to get back out there. But there's still plenty to play for. We are now in trick attempt number 6. So the only rider still with 3 tricks counting is Katarina. Red flag now goes up for Andrea. So these are the parts in the heats where it gets a little bit more exciting because there's lots of room for movement in these scores. Andrea goes up, kite loop, wants to land this one, gets a good bit of distance, and she does indeed. Can she keep it going? Yes, she can. So she has a contra loop, she has a back roll 1 foot. She's now going to have a kite loop adding to her score. She's going to go into first place with this because she only needs a 1.75 to go into first place and take out Katarina, who's on 8.34 from 3 scores. So Andrea now is going to be going into first place. So this is coming in nicely now, 6.07. So she has gone into first place. Katarina now in second. Here she goes. It's a back roll, kite loop, followed by... Oh, I think that's going to be a crash. It was a close call, but I do think it's going to be a crash. Again, also not much height there. Nice rotation on the way round, but yeah, very heavy landing. Kite was a little bit high there on the landing, causing her to sink down. But keep your eyes on this lady here. Francesca really needs to land this and put some pressure on. Left foot forward. Beautiful view there. Okay, here we go. Engages. Gets nice height. Loops the kite. Great bit of yank. Huge distance covered. But does get absolutely sent out of her board. So it's a crash for Francesca, which was going to make it... It's going to make it impossible for her to go into first place because she needs a 10.35. So she's not going to be able to get it. As you see the replay there, just getting flung out there like a catapult. The best she can do is go into second. Was that the right move? Or would just maybe a simple back roll put some pressure on? But it's all said and done now as we go into the last trick attempt. So it's going to be between Andrea and Katarina. Red flag now. So current heat leader Andrea now. What's the lowest score she has? It's a contra loop of a 2.50. The contra loop we saw her do in the previous heat was a bang on the money 8. So she's got it in the locker. And we know for a fact as well that the wind's picked up because the ladies are going bigger and they're travelling further. And we've also seen a kite change from Francesca. So there's more wind now out there. Brazil, Jericho Acquire is starting to deliver the goods. Andrea, back roll, kite loop. A little bit messy, but it's coming in hot. And she leaves the door open for Katarina now, who needs a 4.34 on top of a score that she already has. Katarina hasn't ticked the kite loop category yet, so I think she's got to go and loop it. She's got to go and loop the kite. Big kite loop. What do we see? What's the highest kite loop that we've seen scored so far? 6.07. So if she can get Katarina sort of around the 6.5, she can get a 6.335 and she'll go through, but she crashes. She crashes, which is going to mean Andrea here on the left-hand side is going to be your new 2024 GKA hydrofoil Women's Big Air World Champion. Green flag goes up for Francesca. Still enough on the line here for Francesca to go into second. She only needs 6.02. And I reckon she's going to go for that kite loop again. Maybe even a back roll kite loop just to spice it up a little bit.
just missed my flight. Didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.
Next stop, Hamid International Airport.
This is a dream come true.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's that time of the day now. We're going to be kicking things off with the twin tip division. And let me tell you, in that little bit of a heat break, we've had the skippers meeting with all the women and the men riders, and the wind is on. You can see we've got a live wind meter there on the bottom left-hand side of the screen. And we are very excited to get underway with where we finished yesterday, round 2 of the men. So first trick there, we've got Nathan Texier in here, Marius Sanchez, Zach Adams, and Juliel Linhardes, as we see a front row contraloop board off there from Marius Sanchez. .07 for the opening move of Nathan that we missed, but that was a kite loop back roll board off. Zach Adams now up next, making sure that we keep that kite in the shot for the whole duration of the trick. Goes up, front roll board off. Bit of it messy, he's going to ditch that one. Go down as a crash there for Zach. So 4-man heat, 7 tricks, 3 are going to be counting for the early rounds. We will be going to 8 attempts later on, but for these earlier rounds we're going to be sticking with 7 trick attempts, 4 of who are going to be counting. Plan of action today with the skippers meeting there is that we are going to be going round 2 of the men, then we're going to be going over to round 2 of the women. Sorry, no, round 3 of the women, then round 3 of the men. Then we have the semi-finals of the women, a break, and the final of the women. So plenty on the line here, potentially looking at crowning our women champion for the first event of the 2025 year here for the twin tip division. Replay here from the local wildcard, Juliel. Riding that vantage stuff, but just coming down a little bit too heavy here on the landing, going down as a crash. So, highest score so far from Nathan, who opened up his account with a nice kite loop back roll board off. Replay there, Marius Sanchez. What we are also looking at doing is altering one of these camera angles to go a little bit further down on the beach, just because at the moment we are shooting from a little bit higher, as you can see. So we're going to try and get a view which is a little bit more sea level to really show you how high these riders are jumping. As we now follow Zach Adams, he goes up, front roll, with the loop, multiple tic-tacs as well, boards. Kite loop back roll from Marius with a 3.97. Zach Adams there, that inverted front roll as well, delayed. Kite loop back roll board off from Nathan was a 5.93, so a good start for the French rider. Zach Adams here opening up with a crash, but does have that trick coming in. Watching the replay here, jumping left foot forward, going for the back roll, board off, with a few more additional back rotations. Just about managing to speed out from that one. So we return into sequence now. Zach Adams 6.70, kite loop front roll tic-tac. As we follow Nathan now. 3 tricks count towards the 7 attempts that we have here for round number 2, heat number 2. We have 4 heats here on these early rounds. Top 2 go through. The 2 in 3rd and 4th will be finishing their time here in Jerry as we see a front roll, contra loop, board off. Nice tweaky grab on the way down there from Nathan as well. And there we have the view from the sky. Up next, we're going to see Marius Sanchez. Here we go. So, getting ready to go and jump as we follow him. Goes up. Loops that kite with the board off as well. Can he stick the landing? Unfortunately not for Marius. Gets flung out the top as well. Did he get a smooth takeoff? Back roll with the kite loop board off. Yeah, just that additional rotation, unfortunately, on the way down. Tide's actually on the low as well, so it's pushing out. And then we'll see a tide change later on this afternoon. 12:10 is the local time here in Jericoacoara. And this guy on your screen, Zach Adams, had a great result in Gran Canaria for the last event of the 2024 calendar year. Few riders that aren't in this heat actually riding around in the competition area. You can just about see where the boys are marked. Zach Adams there with the contra loop front roll board off. Multiple rotations as well on that. Nice and smooth from the American rider. Really put his name down on this year. I mean, he's obviously found his spot as well into Copa this year. Spoke to him the other day, absolutely stoked to make that as well. And he's looking to make an impression here to rack up some ranking points for next year. As you see here, front roll, board off, that tornado effect, and really putting down on that hand. Spots his landing with a very well executed smooth landing. So we just missed that trick there, but Juliel here winning a spot in this event due to the national event that took place on the first day. There was a couple of spots up for grabs for the local national competition, and he is one of them. And here you can see front roll, board off. Very similar to what we saw there from Zach Adams just before. Contra loop front roll, board off. That scored a 6.33 for Zach, and I don't think that Juliel will be up there for that, but he'll probably be in the high fives. So now back to Nathan. That is a rider in the wrong competition area there, shouldn't be in there. But here we have Nathan riding the duotone gear. You can see there a little bit of deep power. I saw the kite sizes. We're looking at around 8-meter kites at the moment. Varying from 8 to 9. Looks like he's going for a bit of freestyle here. You can see he passes the bar, but the kite positioning is an absolute leg breaker. Hopefully he's all good. Looks so heavy landing here for Nathan, but he is a rider that goes balls to the walls. I remember seeing him in Laws of Tram at the start of the year going absolutely huge, having some huge weight wipeout. So he knows how to handle a crash. That's one thing for sure. And you can just see there, from that move that we just witnessed, the positioning of the kite was a recipe for disaster, and he came down very heavy. In the background there, Mario Sanchez going for his next trick. So what attempts are we on, ladies and gentlemen? Attempts number 4. And Marius just struggling at the moment. Has the 2 tricks with an 8.40. The last 2 he has crashed. Riding that new reading kite that just got announced just a few days ago, linking up with the new Brainchild technology. Zach Adams here. Having a crash there for Zach. Just with this increase in wind, we are experiencing a little technical difficulty with the Wi-Fi strength. So do bear in mind if it's glitching now and then. We are working to get that speed up and running again. Hopefully it's all good your end. So local wildcard here, Juliel coming for his 4th trick attempt. Currently has a kite loop front roll board off and a kite loop back roll board off that are matching his scores as he's on your screen now. Might get timed out from this one. The only rider that has 3 tricks counting to their score is Nathan Texier. He's managed to tick all the families. Local back roll, board off with a late contra loop there. Very late to pull that loop. You can see here goes the back rotation, takes the board off, carries on. Oh, a little flip there. And we return into sequence now with Nathan. Will be appearing on your right hand. There he is on the right hand side of the screen, just above there, going right foot forward, trying to make use of the waves. Here we go, Nathan, current heat leader, goes up, back rotation with the loop, and crashes again. So that's 2 crashes in a row there for Nathan. Round 2, heat number 2 here for the 2025 Big Air Twin Tip Division. Completing round 2 of the men before we head back over to the women. This morning we crowned our 2024 hydrofoil Big Air Women Champion, Andrea Zust, first championship title for her. And the plan of action for the rest of the day is to continue firing through these twin tip rounds. Very promising forecasts on the horizon for today. Probably the best that we have so far this week now, the strongest forecast. Chatting to a few of the locals, they are only saying promising things as we enter the afternoon. Marius here having another crash, lacking a little bit of height there. And he's got some work to do because he only has, well, he has 2 tricks counting, which was he opened up with. So he needs another trick to get that 3 dialed down as 3 count towards the total. Highest combined total heat score we saw yesterday from Lorenzo Casati. Zach Adams now. Kite loop, back roll board off. Nice height there. Very controlled on the landing as well. Covering some good distance. If you watch this one in replays. So loops the kite, takes the board off and initiates that back rotation with an additional rotation coming down upon landing. Zach Adams now. Juliel now, waiting to see the kite loop back roll board off score from Zach Adams come in. Juliel really being a little bit tight with the competition area there, a little touch of the nose. Are the judges going to count that, or was he really quite shy in the competition area? You can see there the buoy. Initiates that contra loop, gets the board back on the feet nice and early. Gets that bar out before coming smoothly in. So trick attempt number 6 now. Nathan, left foot forward, goes up, back roll, double back roll board, kite loop board off with a couple of tic-tacs. You can see here, initiates that back rotation straight away. Looks like he actually goes for the contra loop. And manages to just about get that board on his feet. Very tight there. Can only apologise at the moment if you're experiencing a slight glitch from your end. We are working on getting this Wi-Fi speed back up and running to what it was before. Please do be patient. Plenty of heat left throughout this day. And I can confirm that Juliel on that last one was out of the competition area. So it's Mario Sanchez now. The kite loop back roll tic-tac from Nathan's coming in as a score. Don't think it's going to push anything out. He currently remains in second place. Top 2 go through. Last 2 are off home. As Mario Sanchez there finally gets that third scoring trick locked down. He'll be happy with that as we watch the replay here. Gets a nice kicker, gets the rotation in, loops the kite, gets the board off as well. He's been wanting to try and land that one the last couple of attempts. And speeds away nicely as you see here. Another replay, back roll. Contra loop board off. Kite loop back roll board off, sorry. It's not enough to push him into second place though. He is chasing Nathan, but we have Zach Adams as well at the moment, your current heat leader, 20.33. So we watch the replay here, back roll. Goes for the board off, but doesn't quite manage to get the board out from the straps. So it decides to abort. And passes the baton back over to Juliel. Juliel now really being a little bit tight with the competition area, to be honest. I mean, this morning in the skippers meeting, it was referred to the riders that if they do call it a little bit tight, you can see there, nice with the fin there to get it off and then a couple of rotations, showing a good element of technical difficulty there. White flag goes up. So now Nathan, last trick attempt for him. Currently in second place, looking to improve on that kite loop back roll board off that he opened up with, the 5.07 you see in the score, and the caddies are probably telling him exactly the same thing I just said. But here you go, Nathan, last trick attempt. Riding the 8-meter Evo D-Lab. A couple of nice kickers coming his way, but just braking right in front of him when he wanted to take off. Don't believe he'll get scored on that one, but he's got to act quickly to get the show back on the road. I have just seen that white flag go down now, and you can see there the red flag's gone up in the corner. So Nathan's going to be crashed out there. He's left the door, the hinges a little bit open. They're squeaky. So Mario Sanchez wants to improve that kite loop back roll. That's the lowest score he has, a 3.97. Definitely doable. He has the level to deliver here. Left foot forward, coming quite into the shallow. He's got to act fast. And there you go. Yeah, the red flag has gone down. Mario Sanchez there, being clocked out. Blue flag now goes up. Zach Adams is going to be the guy that goes through most definitely now. Containers are shaking nicely. There's definitely some good wind out there at the moment. I mean, hopefully we'll start seeing some of those lower, smaller kite sizes come out to play as well. As Zach Adams there going for his final trick attempt, ditches the board. Will remain on 20.33, and you can see there the scores on the top screen there. And there's some proper wind now coming. You might be able to hear it through the mic. So last move here for Juliel. He needs a 2.58 to get into second place and give himself another chance. But that needs to be an additional on one of his already scored tricks. And you can see there, it's a little bit gusty as well. We've got 30 knots, max gusting up towards 35. Up next, heat number 3 of round number 2 of the men. So here we go, round number 2, heat number 3. Jean Boer, Jose Figueredo, Cam Kamenik and Hazma Ismail. Those riders are going to be going up very, very shortly. So there we see a kite loop back roll opening up for Jean there with an added rotation on the way down. Jose there going to the moon, but losing his board pretty much at the start of that jump. Kamenek is going to be the rider next to jump, followed by the Egyptian Hamza. Going to give you guys and girls at home a little inside knowledge into what the wind's doing. So there you can see we've got about 30 knots of wind, I would say, on average. It is dropping and it is pumping up as well. We saw about 32 knots at the end of the last heat. Max, you know, gusting up towards 35. Just a little drop now, back down towards sort of 26, 27, gusting up to around 32. So there's good, solid winds. Obviously, the wind here in Brazil isn't as dense as, let's say, places like Tarifa or Barcarès in France, or even the likes of Cape Town. So 26 or 30 knots over here is very different to 26 or 30 knots in Europe. But speaking to the local community, the stars are aligning for hopefully a very good and solid afternoon. We should see upwards of 35 knots later on. We do know that this spot can fire. I mean, a couple of days before competition, all the riders were frothing because we saw upwards of 40 knots. I don't think we're going to get that strong, but we can keep our fingers crossed. You can see now just dropping once again down to around 25 knots. So it's up and down, it is, but it's pretty steady in regards to looking ahead and in the right direction. I do think we're going to see a continuous 30 knots. Local time is 12:30. Hamza here going for his first move. Skipping along, big butt check, but crashing out unfortunately for him. So a crash on the start there for Hamza. Also a crash for Jose. Red flag now goes up, so we return back over to Jose. Jean Bohr has a score coming in. Covering a nice little bit of distance there that we can see on the drone. That's the bonus and the beauty of having a drone. We can see exactly how far these riders are travelling. Jean here going up. And going for that kite loop board off. Looking like maybe he wanted to initiate the rotation as well. As you see here, going up, watching that kite loop. Yeah, maybe looking like he just wanted to start that back roll rotation as well. But smart move there. Does already have a kite loop back roll scored of a 6.53. Scores you can see as well, top left-hand side of your screen. The colour next to the rider's name is the lycra colour. Obviously, there's a country flag there. And then it also shows you the positioning of where they are. As we see there, a front roll contra loop board off. Nice little grab on the way down as well from Jose. Jose, like Juliel in the last heat, was a local wild card that came through the national selection. And you see here, a little grab on the way down. We'll go through the judging criteria very, very shortly, but it is 7 trick attempts, 3 of which are going to be counting. Kamenek, 5.50. That was made up from a kite loop back roll board off, riding the new duotone Rebel D-Lab. There's Cam there, getting a nice bit of hang time as he covers a decent amount of distance as well. Didn't quite have the height. You can see there, front rotation, loops the kite, tic-tac with the board. Another front rotation. With a smooth landing. So, Hamza now in that green lycra. So Hamza there with the kite loop back roll board off. And a heavy landing as well, getting dragged. Not like Hamza there, you can see, goes, initiates the loop, gets the board off, nice quick rotation, gets the board back on the feet, very comfortable, but maybe just, yeah, I think landing on the top of that sort of little bit of breaking wave there wasn't the smoothest of landings, so that's going to be another crash for him. So not the best start for Hamza, but he does have 7 attempts. So another score there for Jean. He has 12.53, current heat leader from the Netherlands. First time competing on tour as well for Jean. Seeing a lot of these contra loop front roll board offs. Seems to be the go-to at the moment for our riders. Hamza the only rider at the moment not to have a score on the board. Jose has a 4.43 contra loop front roll board off, exactly what we just saw there from Jean. So Jose now, you've got to act quickly, otherwise he's going to be timed out. Judges not taking any mercy when it comes to the stopwatch. If they don't perform their trick in the required time, then they're going to get timed out. And Jose there just really lacking some height on that one. You can see sort of pretty much aborted the move there. Went for the back roll, but only a few meters above the water. So Cam now, coming out of Germany. Again, another opportunity for a new face on tour. Everyone in this heat actually has not competed on the big air scene just yet for the GKA. So here we go, kite loop, board off. Just about manages to get that board back under his feet. I think there was a tic-tac in there as well. As we watch the replay, gets a nice takeoff, loops the kites. Oh, by the fin. Very nice. And then the inverted front roll as well. Nice style there. That's one factor for the judges as well. They like to see the technical difficulty, and if you can do it by the fin, it's going to be rewarded more than grabbing the board by the handle. But they do make it very clear that both height and amplitude and the explosivity of a move have to be met as well. If those two factors aren't met, then it's not going to score high. So don't expect a huge score here for Can, but expect a score. Hamza now looking to get on the scoreboards. Trick attempt number 3 for him. He's there on the right-hand side with that North Orbit Pro. As the green flag is now raised. So, yeah, coming into your photo, no, sort of photo, into your picture now, I mean. Hamza gets a nice ramp, gets a good amount of height. Kite loop, back roll, board off. Can he land it? Unfortunately not for Hamza again. That would have been one of the nicer tricks that we've seen today in this heat. Purely for the fact that he went a lot bigger than what we've seen so far. Great amount of height there. But just skidded away from him on the landing. Lots of love for Hamza in the comments. As we now focus over to the current heat leader, Jean, who's riding that ozone vortex, and he's got a nice bit of hang time here as well. Great distance covered here from the Dutchman. As he goes up, you can see there, initiates that loop, gets the board off with the kite loop. Back rotation as well. Nice little tweak at the bottom. And with a good amount of distance covered. So judges will definitely reward that. One of the big things they've said is the move can be as technical as it can be, but if the height and the power is not paired with it, then you're not going to get the scores. 7 tricks, 3 count if you've just joined us. And we're about halfway through this heat as that board goes flying away from Jose, and that will be a crash. So Jose at the moment has 2 scores. The low one was just a plain and simple back roll, hence the low score of a 1.33. The contra loop front roll board off that he scored previously was a 4.43, hence the 5.76. Hamza at the moment just has 3 crashes, but had a very, very promising kite loop late back with a board off on that last move. If he can stick one of those, he'll be looking at getting a nice, hefty score, similar to the one that Jean just got. That 7.60 was a kite loop back roll board off. And I do believe the one we saw from Hamza was a little bit higher, so if he can land it, he'll be looking at getting a nice score in the 7s, maybe the 8s. Jean, 21.03. He's the man to beat. Can now up next, currently in 2nd place. Top 2 of this heat go through. 3rd and 4th position will go home and pack their bags. Check out of their posada. And most likely head to Cape Town, I'm sure of it. Because the Cape Town season is very close to starting now. But first, it's all systems go in Brazil. Cam there. Big, heavy landing. Like a race car along the shallows there. So big crash for him, no improvement on that 17.03, and it all goes now to Hamza. So pretty big move here from Hamza, because if he crashes again here on trick attempt number 4, he's pretty much got to land all last 3 tricks. So if he can land here, he at least allows himself a little bit of breathing room to make another error or another mistake, let's say. So what are we going to see? Is he going to play it safe? Or is he going to go and try that kite loop back roll board off? He's playing it safe. He is going for that kite loop late back with the board off. And he has landed it this time, as you can see. Didn't go in with a lot of speed, really. Lacking some height, however. Just about manages to get that board off that right foot there. So it's going to score, but it's going to be a low score in regards to what that trick can offer. We saw Jean get the 7.60 for exactly the same. I reckon Hamza's probably going to be in the low 4s for that. Jean now. Good kite angle there on the loop. Can he tuck under it? Yes, he can. Can he get the board on his feet? Yes, he can as well, and he's absolutely stoked with that. Just when you thought it was a hook, line, and sinker, he's managed to just glue that thing back onto his feet. As we watch the replay here, so goes up, front roll, board off, good kite angle. I think he thought that maybe he was going to be crashing that, and he just tucks that board back onto his feet at the last minute. Front roll. You can see here another inverted front roll, and he thinks, well, maybe he thinks it's a goner, but the kite catches him just at the last moment. And he's going to be rewarded for that. Okay, local Brazilian, Jose. Flag is up for him. Doesn't want to get timed out, so he's going to have to act fast. Lowest score for Jean is that 6.53. So here we go. Gets a nice takeoff, front roll, board off, multiple front rotations with the contra loop. Good height as well. And the best move there for Jose. He's going to get another score there, and so expect that 3rd score to drop. He's now ticked all the families he needs to tick, but he'll be looking to eliminate that back roll. As you can see here, gets a great amount of height. I always use the reference of sort of that sea level line that you see where it meets the sky. If they can sort of start to get above that, then you know they're going big. Ryder's probably around sort of that 12 to 14 metre mark, I would say, at the moment. Does pull that contra loop a little bit late. Let's say not in the critical moment of the manoeuvre, but it's going to be around sort of the mid to low fives. So Can now. Total score of 17.03. Getting ready, jumping left foot forwards. Oh, and a little flip there on the way down. As we watch the replay for Can, gets it, loops the kite, and then this is nice here. Lovely little flip. Bit of a heavy landing before that big butt check. Believe that will be a crash for him. So Hamza now definitely has a little bit of breathing room, but as mentioned, obviously the kite loop back roll board off that he did was just above 3.5 as he's gone here. Needs to get that board under his feet. But again, travelled a little bit too far downwind on that manoeuvre. So for Hamza, that's a crash, and he's got 2 tricks remaining, so 6 and 7 he really does want to land. Still has a chance. I mean, to go into second, he needs 13.21. To go into first, he needs 18.48. So he's chasing some big numbers, but he has it in the locker. I've seen Hamza ride, and he's definitely got these tricks in the pocket. Just needs to try and sync it together now. But the guy that's on fire at the moment, Jean, back roll, board off with another back roll, looping the kite as well. Trick attempt number 6. Lowest score is a kite loop back roll, so he's looking to eliminate that and up the ante as well, try and get his lead a little bit further ahead of the others. So local Jose now, 6.86 total. He needs a 10.18 to go into second, so that will need to be combined from 2 scores, not 1. So here we go for Jose, coming in with a lot of speed and crashes. So he'll have one more attempt to get that 3rd trick counting towards the overall score, but he's not going to be able to go through here because he needs more than a 10 to even go into second place, which he's not going to get on 1 trick attempt. The total is a 10. So it's the end of the road for Jose. Jean most likely looking like he's going to progress through, but it all depends on what happens on the 6th trick attempt for these next 2 riders. So Can there on his 6th trick attempt with a crash. Still remains in second place. And he will go through actually if Hamza crashes here. So this is a big move. If Hamza crashes, we're going to know who goes through into round number 3. If he doesn't, then it's still all to play for, and it's going to come down to the last tricks. So Hamza, he's going to decide probably to drop left foot forward. That seems to be the favoured side. Here we go. Finds a little bit of a kicker. That's better from him. Loops the kite. He needs to land this. Added rotation on the way down. And a smooth landing there. That is exactly what he needed to put the pressure onto Can. Big move there from Hamza as we watch, really yanking the kite there. Initiating that loop, carrying with the rotations on the way down, with a smooth landing. So let's see how much he needs now to progress into second once the scores drop for that. I imagine that's going to be sort of around the mid to high fours. And current heat leader Jean now going up front row with the loop and the board off. Bread and butter now there for Jean. So Jose now has one more trick, but whatever happens here, it's not gonna matter. He will remain most likely in either third or fourth position. We'll have to act fast before he gets tricked out. Oh, sorry, should I say timed out? Kite loop front roll coming in for Jean. Low score. It's not going to make any difference to what he has already. Highest score of the heat so far is an 8.17 for a kite loop front roll board off from Jean. And Jose here, coming through the national qualifiers on day number 1, has put in a great show. You can see there, contra loop. Does land it, obviously, with those rotations as well, and the board off. But it's not going to be enough. So Hamza needs 8.74 to go into second place, ladies and gentlemen. But it also does depend on what Can here produces. His lowest score is a 5.5. Kite loop back roll board off. If he does put a biggie down, it might be too much for Hamza to chase. But here we go. Back roll, double back roll board off, kite loop. Followed by a crash. So 4 crashes in a row there for Can, as he ice skates across the water there. So Hamza now up next. The Egyptian rider, first event for all of these riders, as I did mention before. But he needs an 8.74. Without that, he's not going to be going through to the next round. So he's got to get the highest scoring trick of the heat. So in other words, he's got to absolutely send it, which is possible. I mean, we saw a big kite loop late back board off from him. And I think if he can do that, he could definitely be in with a chance. But we're about to see if it can be happen. Can he rub the genie lamp and make it happen? Front roll, board off, followed by a crash. So unfortunately there for Hamza, only 2 tricks counting towards that score. It's going to be Jean and Can that make it through to round 3. Next round is up next.
Just missed my flight. Didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.
Next stop, Hamid International Airport.
Round number 2, heat number 4 for the men's big air twin tip. Matisse, Simon, Kimo and Omar. They are up next, all fighting for a place in the next round. So we are back now in this heat, waiting for scores to start dropping and scores to appear on your screen. There we go. There's Kimo Verkerk there, Sphinx shot rider. Will be looking to go through. Has a ranking from last year as well. Competed a few times last year. Going to see exactly where he was ranked. I believe it was just above the 20s. Omar now is going to be the next rider to jump in the green. A contraloop front roll for Matisse is scored as a 3.93. And after this will be the last round of men's round number 2 before we head over to the women's round number 3. Omar there, initiating that back rotation with the board off. Kite loop back roll board off for Kimo, 6.97. Keep your eyes on Matisse. They're in the white lycra. Goes left foot forward, front roll. So Kimo now, second trick attempt. Kite loop front roll board off for Matisse is going to score. Kimo here going for the front roll, contra loop. Board off with the added rotations as well and a few tweaky grabs on the way down. As you see here, front roll, pulls in that front hand as well, takes the board off. See they're looking up at that kite. And then a little tweaky grab on the way down. So next up we have Omar. Kite loop back roll board off, opened up his account with a 3.17. Blue flag remains to stay up there. Omar now, second trick attempt. Finds a nice little kicker, goes up, front roll, loops the kite. I think just the one additional rotation as well for him, but it's a landed trick which he'll be happy about. Sometimes when you want to start the heat, you just want to get those early ones landed, get a little bit of confidence, understand the wind. So you see here, kite loop. Has another rotation once he puts the board back on. And all riders here, you know, landing tricks early on, which is going to be good for the confidence and allow them to then push a little bit more into the later stages of this heat. Omar, the 5.73 kite loop front roll board off. Mattis here with a nice one, gets a good bit of height as well, travels some nice distance. Very, very happy to land that one. Scores are coming in nice as well. Currently in third place, but he'll be going into first after that one. So Simon now. Left foot forward, goes up, back roll. Board off with a loop as well. And he'll be happy with that because he only has the one trick counting so far, which was a kite loop front roll. Riders roughly riding around between the 8 and the 9 meter kites. And we're just going to put the live wind reader on for you. So that's what we're seeing at the moment, roughly about between 28 and 32 knots. Chemo now. Contra loop. Followed by a heavy landing. Big crash there for Chemo. First crash for him. He is currently in second place. See Mattis now with that kite loop back roll board off of a 6.33. Omar now also has a couple of nice scores on the board. Didn't get a very good takeoff at all there. So we'll just go and get a score for those rotations as you saw him do. Mattis now. Fourth trick attempt. Has had a pretty much perfect start to this heat, Mattis. First event here for him for the on the GKA Tour. Same goes for Omar. Simon and Chemo have competed before. But it's a pretty steady 30 knots now, I would say. As you can see, not much movement on that wind speed meter. Goes up, front roll with the loop. Not a lot of height there for Mattis, but he's looking to... Well, he needs to improve that 3.93, which is a contra loop front roll, which is exactly what he did there. Height wasn't there. But I do think that potentially there'll be an improvement on that lower score of his, furthering his lead. So back over now to Simon. Had a last minute call up actually. As we see in front roll. With the board off as well. All riders doing similar tricks actually. As we watch the replay close up, gets a nice takeoff, initiates that front roll, loops the kite, board comes off. And does land it. So another landed trick there for him. That's going to be around the mid to high fives. Kimo Verkerk now. Blue Lycra is going to be your next rider to jump. You'll see a lot of riders like to do their jumps left foot forward. That's their preferred side. As Kimo here going for the back roll. Again, putting the loop very late. Slight drop in the wind, down to around 25 knots now. Blue flag is still up. Scores dropping. We have one there from Simon. 14.26, so he's gone into second place. With that kite loop front roll board off. Kimo there with the crash. So we now go back over to Omar. As you can see there, our flag guy on the beach. Cool. You need to put some sun cream on if you want to sit there for 8 hours a day. So current heat leader is Mattis, but Omar has that front row, obviously. That scored pretty low, which is 0.88, but this one's looking a little bit nicer. Again, didn't get the cleanest of takeoffs, but he has landed every single trick that he's done so far, so he'll be pretty happy with that. But you can see here, just catching up on that wave. Back roll, board off. Well, no, he wanted to go for the board off, didn't he? He went down for the handle of the boards, but decided against it. So just a kite loop back roll there for him. Okay, back to your current heat leader. Lowest score is a contra loop front roll, so I reckon we're going to see that done again. Doesn't get the takeoff. Yeah, he is going for that contra loop front roll improvement. You can see here. Oh, going for the back rotation actually, but still using the contra. So he's looking to tick that contra loop family off and get an improvement on that 3.93, which is definitely doable. Now on trick attempt number 5. So Simon has a good chance. He's got a kite loop front roll of a 3, which is his lowest score. Wind's back up a little bit more now. But again, you can see there, I mean, nice on the technical side there, but no, not much height at all. I mean, that's one of the issues you have here, especially if you jump in left foot forward. I mean, you go right foot forward, you have the ramps to your advantage. You can sort of use them as a massive kicker. As Kimo hopefully might show now, but I know Kimo likes to do a lot of his tricks going left foot forward. So a nice steady 30 knots. So scores, no change of positions just yet after these rounds of tricks. Omar now looking nice. Omar here with that back roll. Kite loop board off with the added rotations. So round 6 now. That's better there from Mattis. A lot higher there. Getting a nice gust there. He's going to be stoked with that. You can see it as well. Very happy. As we're going to watch the replay hopefully on that one as well. You can see here, gets a nice kicker. Back roll. Contra loop. With another back rotation. And just taps that tail of the board as well on his way down. You can see here, yanks the bar, gets the other rotation in. He'll be really happy with that one, furthering his lead. Well, actually, he's popped down into second position after Chemo's last kite loop front roll. But I do believe that that score, when it comes in, will just push him back up, maybe into first place. But it's tight. I mean, Omar's got some great scores down there as well. Simon as well has 3 solid scores. Contra loop, back roll. There you go. So he's gone back up. Very, very shortly, you're going to see his scores dropping. He's got a 5. Oh, Simon, nice bit of yank there. But couldn't keep it on the landing. So now you see your score update. Mattis has gone back up into first place. Chemo, contra loop. Aborts the board. Yeah, not happy with that one. You can see body language. Heads down. Not happy with that one at all. And leaves. The door's still open here for Omar. I mean, he's in 4th place, but if you look at those scores, it's all pretty tight up there. If Omar can get that 3.17 in the bin and change that kite loop back roll board off for something a little bit higher, then he's going to be in with a sniff as well. Green flag now goes up, 30 knots. Big move here for Omar. Got a few options here that he can choose from. Kite loop late back with a board off. And the added rotation on the way down. Lands it. We see here, back roll. With the board off. So last round of tricks now. It is still all to play for. Although Mattis is in first position, the other 3 riders are hot on his heels, chomping at the bit, let's say. Big move here for Mattis. Lowest score is a kite loop front roll board off. Is he going to go for the same thing? Omar here just looking over his shoulder. Mattis now wants to go right foot forward. Got to engage. The kid has landed every single one of his tricks so far. So he's got to risk it to take the biscuit. But if he doesn't do a trick now, he's going to get timed out. He's got to be fast now. He's got to be quick. Here we go. Mattis engaging. Goes up. That's nice. Gets the board back on his feet. And lands it as well. Rides away from it. And he is absolutely frothing. As we watch that one in more and more detail. Front roll with the loop. Another front roll with the board off as well. Mattis is not here, as we like to say, for a haircut. And 3rd position, Simon here. Lowest score of a kite loop front roll. Needs a 2.08 additional. So yes, we need a 5.009 really to go into first place. Doesn't need a lot. Needs a 4.5 to go into second. But unfortunately, he's gone further than the board, and it's going to be the end of the road for the German rider. Might have been a different story if he was able to land that last move. But Chemo for Kirk, currently in 2nd place. Tell you what, it's going to come down to the wire here. Omar as well has only crashed 1 trick. Chemo's had a couple of crashes. Hasn't probably had the best seat he was hoping for. But definitely has a chance. I mean, he still has a chance to go into first place. He's not chasing by a lot, as you can see. Lowest score is a 3.67. That is a kite loop front roll. Chemo now. He's got to go quick. He's going. Showing some freestyle. Saw that yesterday, very well executed from the likes of Edgar Ulrich. A little bit of variety being shown there from Chemo. Mattis there, just waiting. And he's going to go through Mattis here. He's going to be very happy with that. And this is where it can all change. Omar. Omar now coming into the box. Big, big trick needed. He needs 2.26 of a point on what he already has. Omar pops up front roll. Kite loop board off. Lands it as well. Is that going to be enough? Have to watch the replay. Is that going to be enough? We'll have to wait and see. Don't go anywhere because we are going to be moving over to the women's round number 3.
This is a dream come true.
So we're now kicking things off back into women's round number 3. I believe it was Chemo that went through along with Mattis in that last heat. And we're now into the women's round number 2, sorry. Heat number 1. Top 2 riders going through here. Some big names as well. I mean, it's going to be a tight fight. I mean, all these riders here have the capability of going into the next round. Obviously, we can't ignore the names of Zara Hugenrad and Jasmine Cho. Zara, your current GKA Big Air World Champion. Jasmine as well, another rider that's been in the Big Air scene for some time. Inbar, first time for her competing. Zara here, big crash for her. I was told yesterday she was on a 10-meter kite yesterday. It looks like she's on a 9 today. We'll get the wind reader up as well for you. But a crash there for Zara. Jasmine's coming next. 7 trick attempts, 3 of which are going to be counting. Kite loop back roll for Savannah at 3.27. So Jasmine goes up, kite loop. A nice easy kite loop for her to kick things off. So back to Svenna. Okay, Svenna. On her second trick there. A little bit of chaos going out here in the booth, so I do apologise for going silent just then. But we're back now with Inbar. Here she is, coming in left foot forward. Goes up. Nice kite loop there. Great bit of Yanker's pull there as well. Can she land that one? Yes, she can. Very nice there from Inbar on her second trick attempt. You can see here, it's a nice little bit of height and a good amount of pull as well. Oh, and goes even for a little bit of a tweaky grab at the end. Should be happy with that one. I mean, if we use Jasmine's as a reference of a 3.63 for her kite loop, Inbar there, similar height, but I do believe she had a little bit more pull. So let's see what the judges score that. Zara now. Goes for the boogie. Can that kite catch her in time? Yes, it can. Textbooked there from Zara. You see here, spots the takeoff zone. Gets that front rotation in and loops the kite. Lets the bar out. And gets caught and smoothly rides away. So the kite loop there from Inbar, 3.67. Shortly going to be on your screen. Zara as well obviously has a score coming in. You can see there Savannah with a 5.52. That's made up of 2 scores at the moment. Kite loop front roll from Zara. Also waiting to be dropped. Jasmine here doing exactly the same move as just seen from her teammate Zara, but goes down in the drink on that one. So a crash there for Jasmine. Most likely we'll be seeing her attempt that again on her third trick attempt. We're coming into trick attempt number 3. 7 trick attempts, 3 count. As you can see now, we can see how the scores are actually split up. The lycra colour to the rider's right-hand side name, their country flag to their left. And now we have a little bit of a wind overview as well. So we're looking quite a big difference between what's sort of the steady wind out there at the moment and the gusts that are coming through. Svenna there, can she get caught? Unfortunately going down as a crash. So we've got about 25, 26 knots, upwards of around that sort of 33, 34 mark in the gusts. Wind has, I do believe, has just dropped a little bit within the last sort of 20 minutes. Can't hear the sort of the containers shaking as much. Doesn't feel as like raw, let's say. So definitely a little bit on the lighter side. But hopefully we'll see that just pick straight back up again, and it's just a little gap in the breeze. Invar now coming in, left foot forwards. Has a kite loop. So maybe we're going to see a similar, but with an added rotation. There we go, wind's just a couple knots more now. So Invar goes up. Kite loop, board off. Can she land it? I tell you what, a little bit more height and she'll have that one locked and loaded. Very promising there for Invar. I think if she does that with another metre or two, we could see a kite loop board off landed here. We obviously had Mikaeli Sol yesterday do a couple of world firsts in competition for the women's division. I'm sure we will be seeing some more world first landed in competition here in Brazil, hopefully. But the wind obviously needs to be pumping. The conditions need to be there. So Zara favours going left foot forward. But we do see her as well. She's been training a lot, I know, and I've seen, going right foot forwards. Trying to adapt to the conditions here that we're seeing. And I think we're going to see her do that here, because she's not in the competition area just yet. Oh no, sorry, coming into the competition, my bad. It's a nice contra loop there. Boogie contra. .30 knots. So hopefully it will stay that way. Not a cloud in the sky now here in Brazil. Contra loop front roll from Zara, scores still coming in. We also have Jasmine there who's landed that one. Goes up, exactly what we saw from Zara do as well on the trick before. So trick attempt number 4 now. Zara's got 2 tricks counted towards her. Scored. Jasmine will also have the same. She actually went for a kite loop, not a contra on that last move. But your current heat leader is Zara with 11.90. Closely followed, well sorry, no, followed by Jasmine, who is on 7.63. Still waiting for scores to drop for Jasmine. In bar now. Or are we going to see a kite loop board off? Kite loop late back. And lands it as well. Having a good start to her heat, Imbar. Struggled a little bit yesterday, but definitely having a better start today. As that's 2 tricks now landed for her. One with a kite loop, one with obviously the late back. As we see here. Zara wanting to use maybe the kickers to the right now. Nice little ramp here for her. She makes use of it. Just going for a straight loop. Gets a nice kick up. You can see there. Loops that kite. And that will be another score going towards her 3. She has a kite loop front roll, a contra loop front roll, and now just a standard kite loop. 4th trick attempt for Jasmine. Here she goes. Does get caught by the kite there. Again, not a crazy amount of height, but you can see here, initiates that front roll. Pulls on the front hand for the contra loop. And comes out of that one. And let's use Zara's as a reference. So 4.97 Zara scored for a contra loop front roll. Jasmine's just done the same. I do believe Zara's was a little bit, maybe a little bit higher. But it's going to be quite similar. I reckon mid to low 4s we're going to be looking at. So Svenna, going for a kite loop 1-footer. We see here, loops the kite, takes that back foot out, doesn't really fully extend, but does land it. It's going to score. She does need a 3rd trick as well towards her total score. So Imbar 7.77, she's in 3rd position. Needs a 4.70 to go into 2nd. Imbar, huge land there for her. You can see she loves it. But I believe the kite has crashed into the water. What a shame, because watch this. Great takeoff. Kite loop board off. Nice extension as well. Gets the board back onto her feet. But you can just see the kite, unfortunately, dropping and falling out the sky. Really nice move there from Imbar. Just doesn't initiate that down loop quick enough, and you can see it just sort of falls down. She has that in the locker. If Imbar can land that one, for sure, she bumps the position up. Unfortunately for her, just jumped down into 4th place after Svenna's kite loop 1-footer that just bumped her up into 3rd. But the kite loop board off is there for Imbar. If she can land that trick, it's going to ruffle some feathers. Zara will be the next one to jump. That red flag is staying up though. But I do, yes, believe that is going to, it's going to be going down as a crash. Just a matter of time before that red flag goes down and the blue one goes up. If I look at Inbar, she actually has competed before. She was competed over in Gran Canaria. Got a 9th place finish there. But now current heat leader, Zara, using that right forward kicker as well. Kite loop late back, going right foot forward. Can she keep it together? Yes, she can. Very nice there from Zara, showing she can go both left and right. Great height here as well. Times the kicker to perfection. You can see here, initiates the loop, followed by that back rotation. So waiting for scores to drop. Jasmine now, trick attempt number 5, going for back roll. Just a big back roll there. Definitely wanting to have a kite loop there as well. As you can see here, just didn't initiate it. So no change most likely for Jasmine's score. However, Zara's going up to a 19.07. Kite loop back roll there. Using the kicker, you can see just the advantage of going right foot forward, how much more height you're able to gain when you have the kickers. Svenna now is 3rd place. Very nice there with a couple of front rolls with the loop as well. And she's landed that one looking absolutely stoked. Surprised herself on there. As we watch the replay here, front roll with a double front roll contra loop. And an added rotation as well on the way down. I think that's going to be pretty big. Jasmine here in 2nd position. I believe, yeah, this is going to be tight. This is going to mix things up. She only needs a 3.93 additional to what she already has on her score, Svenna. And this is looking quite nice. Was very much in control for the whole maneuver. Inbar is going to be up next, but just waiting for these finalisation of the scores to come through. Do apologise, I know there's a little bit of a glitchiness going on at the stream. Just our Wi-Fi's gone just down in the speed a little bit, but it will pick up again. Just give us a few moments. So we're just on a pink flag at the moment as well. And basically what that means is the rider's cut-off flag will be raised. So there'll be a white and a pink flag going up. And the judges at the moment are just reviewing their scores. Huge move there from Svenna. White and pink flag up. Okay, so review of the scores is going on before they get announced. And that is a world's first from Svenna Zoe Peters as well. And you can see that I believe there's scores coming in. Wait for those scores. There's going to be a change up here. Big world's first. Inbar now, kite loop ball off, it's going to happen. Kite loop, board off. Can she get the board back on her feet? Yes, she can. Can she land it? Yes, she can as well. It's huge there from Inbar. What a way to respond after crashing that previous. And just look at this, great height, extending out, gets a good amount of yank. And lands it very successfully here. This is going to really start to spice it up now. I know there's a little bit of lag, guys, and I can't. Right now we are sorting it. 8.17 there for Svenna. You can see she's on a 14.44 now, so she's gone into second place. Zara still is the heat leader. Inbar has a a kite loop board off. Just tuning into the comments now on the live. Hopefully very, very shortly we'll be back up and running as Zara here going for her 6th trick attempt. Lowest score that she has is a contra loop front roll of a 4.97, so she's looking to advance on that. Inbar also has a very nice score coming in. Jasmine now pushed into 3rd place as it stands. Keep your eyes on Inbar's 3rd score though, because there's one dropping and it's going to be good. It's for that kite loop board off. Jasmine, goes for the takeoff, but just doesn't get it. Doesn't look for that right takeoff she was hoping for. So it's all coming down now to the last trick attempt. There will be some heat highlights after this, because for sure there's some highlights in this heat. Inbar now, 15.54. She's gone into second, so far Zara and Inbar will be going through if it stays the same after these rounds of tricks. Svenna here has the highest scoring trick of the heat with an 8.17 contra loop front roll. Double contra loop front roll, sorry. She's on a 7-meter orbit. Last trick attempts, needs to go big. Kite loop 1 foot as well. Scored a 3 last time. Needs a 4.12 to go into 1st place. So your current 2nd place rider here, Inbar, she's got the kite loop board off, she's got a kite loop back roll, and she also has a straight kite loop. Could look at doing and ticking the contra loop family off as well. Maybe getting rid of that additional kite loop. Second place at the moment, Inbar. Parks the kite to 12. Kite loop. Looking like maybe she wanted to go for the kite loop 1 foot, but nasty landing there in the shallows. But that will change nothing on her score. Svenna now, you can see 15.14. It's not enough to go into second. Inbar obviously crashing there. Zara up next. Signal starting to come back a little bit. So hopefully we're going to, for you guys at home watching, you'll be able to get some more frames per second. Zara. Total of 19.07, current heat leader. Nice kicker here, shaping up in front of her. She's going to use it. She goes back roll, kite loop. Landing on the wave she took off on. And also crashing at the same time. So there's going to be no advantage on Zara's score of a 19.07. However, she will be making it through currently with Inbar. And it all comes down to this for Jasmine. She needs an additional 3.09 on one of her scores already. The lowest she has is a kite loop. So it's got to be around the mid sixes here. Definitely possible. We've seen a kite loop front roll from Zara just below the 7s. Jasmine has attempted that already. She has a 4.83 for it. The lowest score she has, like I said, yeah, she can try and do for the contra loop if she wants to. She also has the kite loop family. Back roll, kite loop. It's nice. What a time to do it for Jasmine. You can see she's very happy with it as well. Has that just been a little bit of a buzzer beater against Inbar? It's going to be tight. It's going to be very tight indeed. You can see back roll, kite loop. And does land it. Scores are dropping. She had a smile on her face the whole time in that trick. Waiting patiently. Keep your eye on the score for Jasmine. Keep your eye on that 3.63. That's going to go away at some point, I believe. Red flag's now up, so we're going to be going over to the next heat. But we're just going to stay with you for the moment because we're going to wait for the scores.
This is a dream come true.
So we continue on as this heat is now underway with the first trick attempts for these ladies. Couple crashes there for Clarice and Aya. Francesca there landing that one. I can confirm it was Zara and Inbar that have gone through on the last heat. And here we have the riders after their first trick attempts. We have Clarice Denise. She won the national local qualifier. Aya Kasabova, first big air event for the youngster. Francesca Maini, big air vice world champion. And then we have Sarah Sadek from Egypt. Hopefully those frames per second are a little bit smoother now for everyone watching at home. I know it must not be easy, but should be good from now on. So Sarah here. Going to be tricked out if she's not careful. A kite loop back roll there from Francesca, 6.73. Francesca's already been in the water this morning, competing in the hydrofoil women's big air. Kite loop late back there for Sarah. Very smooth landing as well. Tell you what, there's some heaters coming up, ladies and gentlemen, with some of these heats that I see. Some big heats coming up. There we see Clarice. Just looking now at the heat ladders. Who do we expect to face who? Tell you what, the first semi-final at the moment with the women, we've got Mika Ailey Sol, Pippa van Ursel, Zara Hulgenrad, and whoever finishes second in this heat, that could be a heavy-hitting heat there. So we're just waiting for a few people to get out of the competition area. Back roll kite loop there for Clarice. Followed by a crash. Unfortunately not able to ride out of that one. Kite loop late back there for Aya. Lands that one as well. Francesca now, current heat leader after one trick. You can see Sarah as well with a 6.60 for the kite loop back roll. Both riders here, Francesca and Sarah, doing the same trick, opening up their heats. Pretty much hovering around the high 20s, early 30s with regards to knots. Front roll contra loop from Francesca. See here, initiates the front roll, pulls on the front hand for the contra. Sarah now, kite loop back roll for Io was a 4.83. Sarah coming in with plenty of speed. Wow, real drop of wind here on the 20 knots. Sure, that's just a little bit of a lull in the breeze. Sarah here, nice there. With that front roll. As we see here, goes for the front roll rotation and the kite loop. Spots the landing and rides away smoothly. So 2 tricks executed, 2 tricks scored. Back to the start of the sequence here. No score at the moment for Clarice. Navigating her way through this swell, through the waves. But she's going to want to use one of these for a ramp. Riders on between 7 and 8 meter kites. I think we saw Zara riding a 9 as well. So she goes up, kite loop, and does ride away there. So that'll be a kite loop score coming her way. So just a few issues going on at the moment in the competition area. You can hear race director Juan Antonio outside in the beach telling any rider that's not in the heats cannot be in the competition area, and rightly so. Francesca here, third trick attempt, goes up, front roll, loops the kite as well. Nice bit of free fall, and rides away smoothly. Sarah now landed 2 tricks out of 2, so looking for a third. Francesca here has a very nice looking score coming her way. Sarah Sadek, big crash there. First crash for her. Francesca with a 7.47 kite loop front roll. Has had a great start to the heat, 19.17. Now has a lot of breathing room to try and maybe push a little bit more. Just going through another little poor internet spell. So Sarah Zach there, double back roll kite loop, or back roll kite loop late back, should I say. Francesca there, 4th trick attempt, and it's the 4th one landed for her. She is on fire here with a 19.17 as we watch her go again. Back roll, kite loop with a late back. Sarah now on her 4th trick. Currently sitting in 2nd place as well. As she whips around there. And that'll be one to put on the scoreboards for her. Watching the replay very, very shortly. She goes up with that front rotation. Pulls on the front hand for the contra. And rides away smoothly. Not a crazy amount of height though. At the moment, yeah, the judges obviously looking at that factor as it is one of the main points in the judging criteria. As Clarisse here, big crash for her. So Aya Kasabova up next. Has competed a lot on the Youth World Tour for the last couple of years. First event for her in this women's twin tip big air division. And there she is, part of the duotone Youngblood team. And it starts to engage now. So Aya here has a 7.10, which was a kite loop back roll. So had a very nice move there. Maybe going for the contra here. Or the kite loop front roll. Let's have a little look. That'll be what I put my money on. Kite loop front roll. Taking another family, that will definitely push her up. As we see here, the front rotation, loops the kite. And then we have Aya's mum. Waiting for the scores to drop. Definitely going to push her up into 2nd place now. She will knock down Sarah, but Francesca Mani is the lady on your screen who is in 1st place, 19.17. Hasn't missed a beat at the moment. Landed every single trick. Riding a 7.3. Kite loop board off. And a smooth landing as well. Once again, Francesca is cooking with gas at the moment. She's got all the pans on the go. As we see that kite loop board off. So use Imbars as a reference in the last heat. So Imbar was up in the high 7s, I believe, for her kite loop board off. Francesca here with a very similar execution on that. I believe we're going to be looking at around the high 7s as well for that move. So yeah, mid to high 7s coming up. Sarah now, 5th trick attempt. Aya has gone into 2nd place. Francesca's also dropped her score for that board off. 7 on the dot. Sarah for a kite loop board off as well, but decides to ditch the board. Not enough height there from her. After this heat, with the tide going low, we are going to try and get a nice camera angle down, a little bit lower down on the beach for you. So I will be popping out the booth very shortly just to get that into position and hopefully just offers us a little bit of a better angle for the riders that are going to be competing for the rest of the afternoon. So white flag is up. Clarisse is the next rider to jump for 6th trick attempt. 7 trick attempts are the ones that count Sorry, the ones that they have, and they have 3 trick attempts that count. We're just trying to identify where this rider is at the moment. Maybe in the beach, because the red flag's now gone, so she's been timed out on her 6th trick attempt. Red flag is up now, and you can see there Aya coming in from the right-hand side, or from the left, sorry. So Aya now, 15.57, has had some good, solid tricks in the last 4. Kite loop late back as well. Good, decent bit of yank there. Kite loop back cross she already has is a 7.10, so definitely doesn't want to try and improve on that one, mate. That's one of her that's her highest scoring trick she actually has. She'll want to be trying to get that contra loop front roll dialed down a little bit more. Front roll, contra. Followed by a nasty crash there for Francesca. The first time she's crashed in this heat. I guess it was only a matter of time until we were going to see a crash from Francesca. Nearly had the perfect heat. Sarah now up next, 6 trick attempts, and then we're going to be going into the last trick attempt, last round of tricks for the ladies on the water here. Only 2 positions left in the next round. The 2 that finished in 3rd and 4th will be making their way home. So Sarah now has got to act quick, actually. I mean, Francesca is body dragging, and we know that Sarah likes to jump left foot forward. So maybe Francesca's at the moment just in the sort of the landing zone of where Sarah wants to do her trick. So you can see now, yeah, starts to engage. It doesn't look like she's in a rush. Okay, so here we go now. You can see, yeah, it brings that other hand on the bar now. So now we're locked and loaded. Kite loop, board off. Gets the board back on. Oh, nearly gets the board back under the feet. But that is going to be a crash there. Want to get that kite up from those waves soon as well. Last round of tricks now. I do think, yeah. So Clarice there, timed out. Don't think she's actually on the water. We've obviously got a jet ski going right through the middle of the zone here. Not quite sure what's going on there. So Francesca Aya has a trick of a 2.77, so that's not going to make an advantage on her score. She still sits in 2nd. Francesca here going for that last trick attempt. Can she keep it together? Yes, she can indeed. Front roll, contra loop. And get some nice pull from the kite. Definitely, I think we're going to see that 21.20 up the ante. So it all comes down to this trick for Sarah. She's on 12.17. She needs 3.41 to advance. Aya in second place has a good chance of going through at the moment, but if Sarah can land that kite loop board off, then we might see some change. Kite loop, board off. Can it get back on the feet? Yes, she can. Can she land it? No, she can't. It's a big, big crash as well. You can see she's absolutely fuming. She nearly had it, and she knows it's probably the end of the road now. So it's going to be Francesca Marini in first and Aya Kasabova in second, who advance through to the next round in the women's division.
This is a dream come true.
Just missed my flight. Didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.
So we're underway now, round number 3, heat number 1 for the men, as we have Andrea Principi going for his second trick attempt. We also have Leonardo Casati, Jean Bohr and Nathan Texia here in this heat. So we're going to now go through all the round number 3 of the men. It's knockout time. We was just fixing a few things outside the stream booth, and I can see that the vibes down at the beach are pretty high right now. The crowds are in. And the wind is blowing. Probably a good consistent, I would say, 28 to 30 knots. Does pick up a little bit. There's definitely wind out there. Casati as well is on currently a 9-meter kite, for anyone wondering at home. Good to see you, Jeremy Belando, checking in as well. Wishing a speedy recovery. Jeremy actually was registered down to compete, unfortunately not able to do so. But we'll see him back in action very, very shortly. As Nathan there has a big crash. Wind around 30 knots. Tide is on the low side as well, so once the tide switches and comes a little bit higher, we're expecting to see that increase the wind a little bit, and also the waves should be a little bit nicer. Some slightly cleaner waves. Jean Bohr's got a nice score coming in here. You can see it's currently a 7.27 for a kite loop back roll board off. Andrea Principi here doesn't look too happy. Just waiting to see exactly what's happening at the moment down on the beach, because no rider looks to be engaging in sort of any movement, but there's no flags up at the moment, hence there being no action. Okay, so we're back in business. I know it's stuttering again for you guys and girls at home watching. Andrea Principi will be jumping shortly. 2023 GKA Big Air World Champion. We can see him there just waiting for his flag to be raised. Couple scores coming down now. Keep your eyes on the top left-hand side of the screen. Red flag is up, which shows me that Jean Bohr has a turn. Here he is on the left-hand side, you can see coming in towards the competition area. Flag goes down, green is going up. Sorry, blue should be going up next. But again, there seems to be a slight issue with the flags. Going to try and find out more information. Okay, so we have a green flag for Leonardo Casati, kite loop. With the back rotation, also a tic-tac in there as well with the board off. You see here, he loops the kite, takes the board off, back rotation. Little grab on the way down as well. So scores are now dropping. And we return back into sequence now with Nathan. So Nathan, white lycra, goes first, and the red lycra goes. The red flag goes up, meaning it's Jean's turn to jump. So third trick attempts now for all. So Nathan, there we go. You can see the breeze roughly around at 30 knots still. No increase in wind. Nathan here going for that front roll, board off contra loop. Going to be a score, but it's not going to be a big score here for Nathan. As you watch here, ready, goes front roll, board off, a couple more front rolls, contra loop, grabbing the board as well on the way down. Up next, Jean Bohr riding really, really strongly actually. Throwing down some good moves. I mean, we have a kite loop front roll board off from Andrea Principe of an 8.87. Highest scoring trick so far. Jean here has a couple nice ones as well. Sides against it, going right foot forward. Sorry, left foot forward. Now going right, wanting to use the kickers. The sides against it as well. So he's got to be fast here because he's going to get timed out otherwise. Here we go. Jean Bohr jumps, front roll. Looking like he wanted to get the board off there as well. But no score improvement there for Jean. Contra loop front rail border for Nathan, 4.70. Andrea Principe now has a nice score of an 8.87. Let's see what we're going to be seeing from him here. Nice kicker, goes up, back roll, kite loop. Oh, wanted the board off as well, but wasn't really able to extend that body. You can see he's not really happy with it there. Back roll. Yeah, didn't really get that proper extension on the board off that he was hoping for. Surprising here to see Andrea and Leonardo in an early heat together, but Leonardo obviously, there's his brother there, Lorenzo. But both the Casati brothers are going to be competing here. Leonardo, young rider, and also quite a light rider. He's on a 9 meter as well, so that should give you a bit of an idea about the wind. It's definitely sort of up and down, a little bit fluky, a little bit flaky at the moment, let's say. Also, obviously, out here in Brazil, not as dense as European winds. There's Casati there, doing the most of what he can in 25 knots. So here we go, Nathan currently in 4th position. 4th trick attempt for him. Nice kicker here for Nathan. Back roll. Just the back roll there. You can see there on takeoff, that wave just broke at the wrong time for him. Jean now. Nice kite angle as well. Coming in very hot and heavy though, so that's a crash there for Jean. So Andrea now, fourth trick attempt for him. There's a 4.70 for that kite loop board off. Gets a nice start of the kicker there, gets the board off. But you can see he's not very happy there. Good travel distance, but not a crazy amount of height. You can see here, really inverted on that first rotation. And Leonardo Casati here, putting down a very nice move. You can see he was stoked with that one. Landed all of his tricks here, as you see. Pop, front roll. Loops the kite, tic-tac with the board. Oh, and in between the legs. Nice rodeo. Showing the technical difficulty. Power. Yeah, the whole power just went. Okay, we are back in business. I don't know how long for, but I hope for longer this time than it was before. I do hope that the frames per second are up to everyone's cup of tea now, and hopefully no more hiccups and no more power cuts here in the booth. Doing what we can here in Brazil. We are absolutely in the middle of nowhere, and we have a big infrastructure here, and we've made it happen. And we're going to do our best to continue to try and cover it at the best we can, get some riders in the booth. I know it might be boring hearing my voice all the time, but hopefully we can start to incorporate some riders as we get through some of these rounds and into the juicy stages of the competition as well. We've also got surfboard to complete. But hey, you know, we're in Brazil, we're enjoying it out here. The wind's blowing, the sun is shining. I just haven't got a coconut in my hand just yet. That's the only negative. But, you know, maybe that will happen. Maybe someone will bring me one. But anyway, let's see where we are now after that little power cut, checking out on the scores. And it's awfully tight at the top. I mean, Jean had a great start to the competition. He had a great start to the heat. But only his 2 tricks are counting at the moment from his first 2 moves. But Andrea and Leonardo are the ones out in front. Leonardo just a slither ahead of Andrea. So Leonardo now, trick attempt number 6, back roll, kite loop board off with multiple back rotations as well. This kid is special. Also competing in the hydrofoil men's big air, and like his brother competing on the surfboard big air, as we see here. Back roll, loops the kite, takes the board off, couple of little spins down there, and just makes it look so easy. Like annoyingly easy he makes it look. .14 I think he is. And here I am. In the stream booth, in the middle of nowhere in Brazil. Talking you all through it. So here we go. Last trick round of tricks now. Who's it going to be? Leonardo Casati or Andrea Principi? Who's going to take that first place spot? 2 spots up for grabs to go through. 2 riders, unfortunately for them, it will be the end of the road. Nathan and Jean are the ones that are hunting at the moment. Jean's actually popped down into 4th place. Wind at the moment, yeah, you can see just shy of 30 knots, 32 knots. I'm keeping everything crossed that we're going to see stronger wind. I really want to see upwards of 35 knots. Just 2 days before the competition was started, they had a super windy day. Andrea actually said to me it was the windiest session he's ever had in Brazil. Upwards of 40 knots, so he obviously had a great time. And looking at some of these now, Andrea's starting to put himself into gear. 25.57 with a conch loop back roll board off on that 6th trick attempt. You can see white flag is up, so it's Nathan's turn, but actually can't find Nathan. So here we are. Nathan's showing his freestyle background as well, but he's looped that quite at the wrong time and has absolutely ate it there. I remember Nathan from a couple of years ago competing in the Tarifa youth event for the under-19s. So he's definitely got a good level of freestyle in the pocket. But that will be the end for Nathan. He's currently in 3rd place here and has no chance of getting through now because that was his last trick attempt. He needed a 7.13 to at least get 2nd place. Jean needs a 7.46. Is this going to be the one? It looks good. If he lands it, can he get that board on his feet? That late board on his feet? Yes, he can. Jean there has left it right till the end. I thought for a moment there he was going in the drink. You can see there, gets that other rotation, keeps the board off. You can see just waits right until the end and stomps the landing. I reckon this is going to get really interesting. Andrea here landing his last trick attempt. He's on 25.57, so he's booked himself into the next round. This Leonardo might have to improve one of these scores here, otherwise Gene is going to be going through, I think. I mean, there's still scores coming in. Leonardo Casati with a kite loop late back by the fin, and he's crashed it. Just keep an eye on the scores, ladies and gentlemen, because that last trick there might well spice things up a little bit. Andrea's got no movement coming in here. He can't get second, Gene, because he needs a 10.38, but he can get... Sorry, he can't get first, but he can get second. Just keep your eye on that score. And there you have it. It's an 8.33. 23.53 for Gene. He's just pushed out Leonardo Casati. Not quite sure what's happening here while we're watching these riders, but it looks like the heat's over. Yeah, it is. Leonardo Casati is out here in Brazil. He's been knocked out right at the end by a kite loop front roll board off from the Gene Boer. Andre Principe goes through in first. What a last minute upset we have there in this first heat of round number 3. Okay, so here we go. Round number 3, heat number 2. Samuel Bandelli. Matthias is there as well. He had a blinder of a heat last time. Karim Mahmood and Edgar Ulrich. Next riders up on the water. So just missed those first round of tricks there. But we are now in the zone. First round of tricks. Edgar there just crashed that last one. Kite loop front roll board off from Matisse, 6.77. Kite loop front roll tic tac from Kimo, or Karim should I say, 6.05. The reason why I sometimes say Kimo is that what is his little nickname. He's referred to on tour as Kimo. But I know we also have Kimo Verkerk, so maybe things get a little bit confusing. But I could just see a comment about the 7.97 that Jean did on the last one. On his last trick attempt, great trip distance travelled. Really ticked the judging criteria that they're after. I mean, judges do want to see technical moves in this big air, but one thing they've really said for the season of 2025 is that height and amplitude and the explosivity of moves are the main two factors. If they compare that then with technical difficulty, then you're going to start seeing the big scores. But if the tricks are really technical with not much height, not much amplitude, then they're not going to score as high. And on that last move there from Jean, judges like what they saw. Plenty of height, good distance travelled, good speed in, speed out, and it was just enough to edge Leonardo out of the event. So here he is, Karim Mahmood. Kite loop front roll flip there from Samuel, 7.57. But here we have Karim, very, very strong on a freestyle background as well. Muddling up my words here, as well. Back roll, double back roll, board off by the fin with a loop. Keeps that board off as well for a long time. You can see he was stoked there with it. Love the fact that he took the board off by the fin. Riders are on 8 and 9 meter kites roughly. You can see here, back roll, pulls the back hand, gets the board off by the fin, then grabs it by the handle on the way down, and has that landing. Lovely move there from Karim. You can see here, looking the kite, pulls that contra loop actually. Quite tough to see what hand they're pulling with sometimes when the camera is a little bit zoomed out. And Edgar just showing such great style. Kite loop back roll board off from Matisse, a 4.83. Edgar here grabbing the board off by the handle there. We saw that move he opened up with in yesterday's heat as well during round 1. Kite loop back roll tic tac from Karim coming in at a 6.47. Edgar crashed his first one. So Samuel, sorry, here. Big move there from Samuel. Nice bit of height and very well executed on the landing. Okay, now one guy that I know is getting a lot of love in the stream is this one, Matisse. Goes up, loops that kite with a contra. No board off here. It's a nice pop on a wave, goes for the back roll. Loops the kite. Another back rotation here, grabbing the tail of the board. Karim Mahmood now, current in second place. Keep your eyes on Samuel though, he's going to have a score dropping down very, very shortly. Kimo here will also be competing in Kauipe next week. Kauipe Lagoon, if some of you are familiar, one of the best, if not the best freestyle spot on the planet. Perfect wind, butterflat lagoon. Board short weather, we all love board short weather. So back roll, double back roll, board off. Late loop as well there. Not much height at all for Karim there. So there's a crash, his first one of the heat. Edgar now. Back roll with the loop. Oh, nasty landing there for Edgar. Wasn't able to get that board back on his feet. He'll remain on 7.33. Scores now starting to drop for some of our other riders. Big butt check there for Mattis. Probably go down as a crash. Sorry, for Samuel. Probably go down as a crash. Mattis now up next. Currently winning this heat. But the only rider to have 3 scores counting. Doing the old U-turn, going out right foot forward. Gets the kicker, back roll with the contra loop. Looking like maybe he wanted to initiate another back roll there, but managed to fix an issue there as you watch here. Back roll, contra loop, and sort of reverses his way back round the way he came. Karim Mahmood now. Nice kicker here for him. You can see just that takeoff. You see that freestyle background now showing. Loops that kite on the way down and really nicely executed there from Mahmood. You can see just had that takeoff down to a T. Passes the bar. Pulls on that front hand. Looping the kite. Spots his landing. And showing a nice bit of variety. Edgar now, 4th trick attempt. Would have seen that from Kimo as well, and Edgar's got that in the locker. Just the only rider at the moment with 1 trick counting towards his score. But he's got to act fast now. You can see the wind there on the bottom left-hand side of your screen. Ramp here for Edgar. He's doing exactly what Karim just did there. You tell me which one was executed better. Edgar's just landed that as well. Very happy. We have a look at the one that Karim landed. It's looking around the sort of the mid to low fives. Who did it better? I think, personally, I think Edgar had a little bit more height. Yeah, and Karim there with a 5.07. And Samuel is the rider in third place at the moment, but there's scores to drop for Edgar. His position will definitely change. Fifth trick attempts now, 3 trick attempts remaining. Not much height there for Mattis. His lowest score is a contra-loop back roll. But yeah, not much height there. Not ticking the judging criteria for big error on that one. But he's still in a very good position in second place. Oh, little board flip from the feet. Oh, so he's getting all the herbs and spices out now. It's going to be a little bit of a mix-up. So we see Karim here with the old flipperoo. Boom. Oh, you can see their board just getting caught on the lines in front of him. But I like what I see. So Edgar now probably waiting for someone to be out of his way. Catting for a little bit more wind. Come on. Definitely seen it drop a little bit. I can't hear it on the container walls now. Current heat leader is Samuel Bandelli going up into first place, 17.83. Edgar now putting the foot down on the accelerator. There we go. Oh, he wanted to do the handle pass on the way down as well. Edgar, he wanted to do that a lot earlier. Starting off with a back roll rotation with the loop and then unhooking. Back roll, kite loop, and you can see here unhooks, wants to pass the bar. So you watch once again, just a nice slow-mo replay for you, which gets nicely cut off for all of us, so, so I do apologise about that. I was also looking forward to seeing it as well. And now we see a slow-mo of Samuel, kite loop. Board off late back. So Mattis now again for his 6th trick attempt. Currently in third place. Kite loop late back. So, Karim now. Scores to drop for Edgar. Just watch him bump up the ranks a little bit. Currently in 4th place because he only has 2 scores. But there is another score to come. But now he's shifting focus and attention onto this rider in your screen, Karim Mahmood. So here we go. Not quite sure what's going on here for Karim, but he's going to have to act fast. Blue flag is up. You can see Juan Antonio on the right-hand side, race director, calling the shots. So here we go. Karim Mahmood. Is there a lack of wind out there? So Karim trying once again. Can he get that ball under his feet? No, he can't. Wants that little flip. Wind's definitely dropped a little bit. Seeing the lows of around 24 knots at the moment. Obviously, this is only a wind reader that we have. The location of it. So we take it with a pinch of salt. But I would say on average, we're looking at around, at the moment, to be completely honest, around that sort of 24, 25 knot mark. Back roll, kite loop with the board off as well. Multiple back rotations again with Edgar. Multiple grabs as well, showing a nice style with ease. We like to refer to that as steezy style. Back roll with the kite loop. Gets the board off by the handle. Continues to go round. Board on, and then this is what I like as well, right at the end here. A little grab at there, and then I think he switches it up as well. And smooth landing coming in there from Edgar. So last trick attempts now for the riders. Samuel Bandelli now. Second place for him. Edgar's bumped up into first. Samuel needs to land this. Give himself a chance. Oh, he came in hot there. Watch this one again. Front roll rotation. Contra loop. Little tic-tac there as well. And just here. Coming in very, very fast. But not a lot of height there. Lowest score is a contra loop front roll board off. So he does know that that is his lowest score. Let's see what that can do. Edgar's just upped himself into first place a little bit further. We now shift focus onto Mattis, who needs an additional 4.51 on a score. Double back roll, kite loop, board off. And a big butt check. Yeah, I think he knows it. That'll be the end of the road there for Mattis. Karim Mahmood now, third place, so he's got to do something here. He needs to do something. Back roll, double back roll. Oh no! That's a crash there for Karim. That crash is going to mean that it's going to be Edgar and Samuel that advance through to round number 4. Local time is 5 minutes past 3. So we've got about 2.5, I would say, no, 2 hours, 17 minutes to be precise. That's my guesstimate for you of competition left today. So put your stopwatches on. Last to jump now, Edgar. You can see the green flag is up. I can't see Edgar though. And after this, we'll be continuing on with the men. And who are we going to have? Who's going to be up next? Kimo Verkerk, Finn Flugel, Shahar Sarsbury, and Jose San Ferreira, also known as Baby Shark. One of the local boys. Last go now for Edgar. Looking like he's going to maybe unhook. Is he going to unhook? Oof. Swings nicely under the kite there and lands. Oh, beautiful there from Edgar. A lot of love for Edgar in the comments. And rightly so, he's gone through in first place. And there we have it. Green flag is still up. Edgar's had his last go. 7 tricks, 3 of which are going to be counting. Edgar and Samuel, they'll be going through to round number 4. And I'm going to have a little breather. Next heat is heat number 3, round number 3. Top 2 go through to the next round. Unfortunately for 3rd and 4th positions, it's time to head back home.
Just missed my flight. Didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.
Next stop, Hamid International Airport.
This is a dream come true.
Just missed my flight. Didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.
Next stop, Hamid International Airport.
This is a dream come true.
Okay, so here we have round 3, heat number 3. Kimo Verkerk, Finn Flugel, Shahar Salisbury, and Jose Sanferreira, also known as Baby Shark. But I do have to inform you some bad news for Baby Shark. He has unfortunately had to pull out of the event due to injury. We'll try and get some more info on that. So actually there will only be 3 people, 3 men jumping in this heat. Killer news there for Baby Shark. We all would have loved to have seen him compete, especially at his home spot. You know, we see those riders that, you know, wherever in the world where you compete, if you have that home spot knowledge, it can play in your favour a lot, especially here in Brazil where, you know, we have the 30 knots, but it's sort of a lighter 30 knots. It's a lighter breeze that we have here. And someone like Baby Shark, home spot, big air, I think it would have been his bread and butter to have a real good shot at this event title. But I guess it does mean for the 3 riders that are on the water, it's easier for 2 of them to get through because there are more spots up for grabs. The odds are better in their favours now. And we're currently on trick attempt number 3. So plan of action is after round number 3, we're going to be moving over to the women's semi-finals. Then I believe there's going to be a heat break, and then we're going to do the women's final. Following the women's final, we are going to go full throttle with the men. Question marks if we'll finish the men today. I doubt we will, because we don't have the time of the daylight here in Brazil. Daylight goes around sort of, I would say, 20 past 5. By half 5, it's pretty dark for the judges to do any sort of ranking and scoring. So pushing towards the men's semi-finals would be perfect, but it's going to be tough. However, things can all change. That's the plan of action at the moment, to try and push the women, get a result. And finish round 3 of the men. So Finn Flugel here, recently joining the Red Bull Germany team, as you can see with the Red Bull helmet. Gets a nice takeoff, front rotation. Also taking that board off, really spinning around, big landing there. Kimo Verkerk currently in second place with 11.19. Finn Flugel is in first. Shahar with a 12.68 for second place. Can see some comments about some of the names in this event. You know, we're seeing quite a lot of, let's say, the Copa fleet. The thing for the 2025 is, with 1 to 3 events, they will be able to discard an event. So some of the riders that aren't here will have the ability to discard this if given the event numbers are where they are for next year. Likes of Hillflute, obviously not here. Jeremy Belando pulling out due to injury, unfortunately. Baby Shark now as well, pulling out due to injury. Steinmuhl, another rider that we see in Kota. Jamie Overbeek, Clement Hout, all big names that have decided not to join us in Brazil. And Kimo here, looking like he's going to be coming in for whatever reason. Maybe we're seeing a kite change here from Kimo. White flag goes up anyway, which is Kimo's flag. So Not sure what's going to go here, why the decision has been made for Chemo to come in. Okay, so Chemo's back out in action now, but I think he's going to be timed out on his trick. Looks like he's changed up and gone up a size. But he's going for the old dangle pass. Oh, nearly loses it in that wave there as well. Didn't look like a smooth landing there on the body. Current heat leader there, Finn Flugel. For fifth trick attempt now for Finn. So much distance covered from Finn there. Has he actually rode out of that one? He's gone so far that he's gone out of our camera view. Finn Flugel. Flying around. There we can see Zara caddying for Shahar. Teammates. We're both riding for Core. Shah now. Looks like, oh, I thought maybe he wanted to jump left foot forward there. Right foot forward, taking off on a nice looking kicker. Front roll, double front roll board off, contra loop. And a nasty crash there. So close to being able to ride that one out. Finn there with a kite loop front roll tic-tac, 7.67 that you see there on his within the scores. Shahar still the only rider that has only 2 scores counting towards the total, so he has a very good chance here of going into second. He just needs a 5.88. Currently second place is this guy on your screen. Chemo there. Nice and control from start to finish. You see that front roll. No board off, looking like he was looking down at the board to initiate the board off. Just a double front roll contra loop there. Had a rotation on the way down. So heat leader Finn Flugel now comfortably out in front. Finn Flugel takes off, back roll, double back roll, board flip as well, contra loop, and a really nasty landing for Finn. That looked very nasty indeed. I mean, this here, so technical to do that. Grabs the board, pulls on the contra loop, but just a little bit too late. And that landing there is one of the nastiest landings we've seen so far on this competition, I think so. I mean, what do you think? Let me know how you think that crash fares with what we've already seen today and yesterday. Considering Finn Flugel is competing next week in Freestyle Kauipe Lagoon, that was a big, big, heavy landing. big thank you for noting the music in the background. We just asked them to turn it down. Much appreciated. It is a bit of a banger though, I must admit, but we will get it turned down. Okay, last trick's coming up. This is Chemo now on his last trick attempt. Finn's looking all well and good, but yeah, definitely what could have been an ankle breaker. Chemo, unfortunately, yeah, going down. He stays in second place, so Shahar does still have a sniff. Contraloop front roll ball off for Shahar was a 4.93. Finn Flugel here, looks all well and good. Riders are riding 9-meter kites at the moment, between 9 and 8-meter kites. Last trick now for Finn. Left foot forward. Back roll. He does the same thing again. He's gone for the same trick. And the same outcome. Smoother crash. But he's going at full throttle. Balls to the walls. Last trick now of the heat. Shahar. Can he get himself into a second place position or even a first? He doesn't need a lot. He's only 0.95 of a point off. So here we go. Shahar goes up, front roll, board off, contra loop. With a smooth landing as well, and he's like, sort of like, finally. A lot of clapping going on outside as well. Big fans. As you can see here, yanks on that front hand, gets the contra loop initiated. Spots the landing. And rides away. It's looking like it's going to be very good as well. I do believe that Finn Flugel and Shahar will be the riders who advance through to the next round. Okay, next heat, round number 3, heat number 4. Jan Kamenik, Zach Adams, Alberto or Beto Gomez, Lorenzo Casati. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, but we have gone back to a couple of laggy minutes on the stream. It was so good for so long, I know. And hopefully it won't last for too long. I'm praying as much as you are that it's that you don't get those 8 frames per second. I know some of you were loving it though. I know it was a better picture when it's nice and laggy. But let's see. No, hopefully it gets back up and running. We get some smooth internet back here on site, and you know, we can forget it ever happened. Here we go. Beto Gomez. No kite loop there. Zach Adams crashing his first trick. Jan as well. Score coming for a back roll. Front roll. Tic-tac. Kite loop as well. Lorenzo Casati. Probably the man to beat at the moment when it comes to expected, you know, winnings. I mean, Lorenzo won Cold Hawaii. He's also won the Tarifa event. And he's really the rider that's at the moment at the forefront of this big air. So, Jan, well, again, jumping awfully close to the beach. Covering great distance, though. Okay, Zach Adams now. Couple of scores coming for Lorenzo Casati with that kite loop front roll tic-tac. So you can see at the moment pink flag is up with the white flag, so scores are pending. I reckon it was because Jan, you know, he was quite close actually to the beach, so maybe they're considering to not even score. He is jumping. I'll get some feedback from the tower that his jumps, the first one anyway, was not given because it was out of the competition area, jumping too close to the beach, so maybe we're seeing the same again here. So I can see as well now that the stream is nice and smooth. Everyone's got their frames per second back. And we will see until how long it will be until we maybe have another glitch again. But All is looking good now. We're definitely running smoother than we were this morning. Talking about smoothness, Beto Gomez here. I mean, he is basically surfing that wave in. We have a few people in the area, which you might actually be able to sit here on the within the mic here, as Juan Antonio just briefs all the riders quite loudly, actually, on the mic. So maybe you've got a little bit of inside knowledge here. But Casati goes up, kite loop, board off with a late back. Textbook stuff there from the Spaniard, with an added rotation on the way down. So here we go, Beto Gomez. Oh no, sorry, Han Kamenek, my mistake. Get mistake with the kites there as they're both riding for duotone. But obviously they have a different colour lycras. Jan here with that tic-tac as well. Front roll. Keeps that board off as well. That's what I like to see as well, keeping that board off for as long as possible. Okay, Zach Adams, third trick attempt. Wants to try and get a score on the board here. Front roll. Tic-tac as well with another front roll. Gets the board on last minute. Little tiny grab at the end there, and we are awfully zoomed in here. Front rotation, you can see here, loops the kite. Now we have Beto Gomez. Back roll. Double back roll, kite loop, board off with a board flip. And he has... Oh, such a shame there from Beto. Jan there with a kite loop front roll tic-tac for the 6.13 that he has. Zach Adams now. Kite loop, late back with a board off. Following a crash for Zach. Not having the easiest of starts here. 7.13 for the kite loop front roll tic-tac. Beto Gomez now. Gets a kicker, front roll, double front roll. Late loop there. But great hang time. So where are we sitting at the moment with the scores? I mean, Lorenzo Casati looking very nice at the moment on 20.17, made up from 3 landed tricks. Jan there with a crash. But is the rider in second place? Zach Adams currently in 4th. White flag goes up now, so Jan. Zach just waiting for his flag to go, and there it goes. I mean, the timing, impeccable. So here we go, Zach Adams riding out of the USA, the United States of America. Fancy doing an accent then, and then I just completely backed out. Didn't want to embarrass myself. Zach Adams there, lovely kite loop, late backboard off there. Covering some great distance, but again, oof. Somehow managed to save that. I do believe that will be penalised with a slight butt check though, as we watch the replay. Goes up, kite loop, board off, with the spin as well, sorry, the tic-tac. And he does land pretty much straight on a wave. That's why he loses it, and you can see there, yeah, that's a butt check. So will definitely be penalised. Beto Gomez. Just a single kite loop there. Following the crash. So we're coming up to the 6th trick attempt very shortly after Lorenzo Casati. Kite loop front roll tic-tac from him, scoring a 7.50, his highest individual score in this heat. There he is, Lorenzo. Flying the flag high now for the Casati, shall I say, with his brother being knocked out a couple of rounds ago. A couple of heats ago, sorry. Casati is just in a league of his own at the moment. He is in the driving seat. Very fluid, great body control. Takes off, kite loop, late back with the board off. Added rotation. Definitely a little bit more in the tank as well. Jan now. Oh, he's got the old ball flip in there as well. Is he landing it? Yes, he is. Tell you what, I like the look of this. Front roll, loops the kite, and watch this with the boards. Little flipperoo, and then another in sort of front rotation before sticking the board on and riding out smoothly. So no crazy big scores at the moment in this heat. We're not seeing any 8s at the moment. Just going to have a little look at the live win reader here. 1, 2, 3. Oh, didn't pop up. Should pop up very shortly though. Zach Adams now. Currently in second place. Needs another trick. Front roll, board off, contra loop. Very smooth landing as well, and he likes it, sort of waving around. Here you go, front rotation. Takes the board off, loops the kite with the contra front hand. And you can see here, I like how he sort of pendulum swings under this kite. Comes in with a smooth landing there for Zach Adams. Trick attempt number 6. You'll see an advantage on the 13.63 now as well. That's going to go up. So last round of tricks now for the riders. Jan in third position, Zach Adams in second. Had a contra loop front roll board off for a 7.00, bang on the money. Plan for the rest of the day is to complete round number 3 of the men, which is, this is the last round of heat number 3. Sorry, I get my heats and my rounds mixed up. Round number 3, this is the last heat. And then we're going to go over to the woman. And then we go straight into women semi-finals. Then have a heat break and then do the women's final and come back to the men. And try and push through the next round of the men, the round number 4. AKA the semi-finals. But here we go. So Jan is in third position, 17.78, and he crashed his last trick. So he's going to be saying goodbye now here in Jericho-Aquara. Zach Adams in second place. As he goes up, double back roll. Contra loop board off, and it's coming in thick and fast. It's just another crash there for him. Hasn't actually had the best heat, Zach Adams. I don't think he'll be too stoked on it so far. I mean, he had a nice contra loop front roll board off. And he is in second place. Lorenzo Casati has landed every single maneuver. If he lands this trick, he will have a perfect heat. I don't think we've had a perfect heat yet where the whole rider has landed all 7 of his tricks. But Beto Gomez is currently in fourth. To go second, he needs a 7.48. It's going to be very hard for Beto. So he needs to get like up in the high 8s. Oh, he's flipped the board as well. Ah, nasty there from Beto, especially in the shallows. I mean, just look how shallow that is. I mean, the water's not even up to his kneecaps. You see there, just checking his knee. Maybe he caught it on some shingle. But there we have it. We know that Lorenzo Casati now, the guy on your screen, is the heat winner. And we know that Zach Adams is going to also be advancing. So we're now going to be moving over to women's semi-finals. And let me tell you one thing quickly, ladies and gentlemen. We have Mikaeli Sol, Pippa van Ursel, and Zara Hugenrad all in the same heat, along with Aya Kasabova. That is a biggie coming up, and an upset to be had. Don't go anywhere. Women's semi-final coming up next.
This is a dream come true.
So semi-final heat number 1, we have Sarah Sadek, Zara Hugenrad, Pippa van Ursel and Mikaeli Sol. A little bit of a mix-up just before there with thinking that Aya was making it through, but it's actually Sarah here who is going to be up against the 3 riders of the other Zara, let's say, Pippa and Mikaeli Sol, the local. Kite loop late back there for Sarah, the Egyptian, starting things off nicely. A little bit too much slack in the lines there on the landing. So Zara here, just finding out some information into what happened with the whole Aya and Sarah information here. As you can see here, front roll, looping the kite. Nice amount of height there. So nice tactical decisions here from Zara, because we know she can jump right foot forward and we know she can jump left foot forward. Prefers low and left foot forward. So tactically putting in the tricks that she knows she can land, as demonstrated just then. And then what we saw in the last heat that she did is once she got her 3 tricks dialed, she started going right foot forward and using those kickers. So I'm confident that we'll be seeing a similar tactic there from her. Pippa up next. Pippa had a great start to the year, winning in the Laws of Tram in France. She then didn't have the results she wanted in the end in Gran Canaria, finishing 3rd, I believe, overall for the GKA 2024 Big Air. And she is here, prefers right foot forward, goes for a kite loop late back and lands it. So Pippa here, feeling confident, she's in the zone. As you watch here, kite loop with the late back, not a crazy amount of height. Okay, now this is the lady we want to watch. Mikaeli Sol landed 2 world firsts in competition yesterday. First, she's taken 2024 off in freestyle and in big air. She goes up, front roll with the loop, looking like she wanted to maybe grab the board as well. You can see here going for that front roll with the kite loop, with the added rotation as well on the way down. 3.63 for a kite loop back roll from Sarah. I see here that Zara actually has a score which doesn't count because it was out of the competition area. Kite loop back roll from Pippa, 6.17, but we now go back over to Zara. Going for her 2nd trick attempt here. She's looking smooth on the way down, and smooth it is. Good start here for her. We watch the replay nice and close. Front roll, loops the kite once again. Gets a nice amount of pull, covers a little bit of distance, and has a nice smooth landing. Okay, so Zara Hugenrad now, currently the Big Air World Champion for 2024. Out of the competition area on her 1st trick attempt. So it's now time to get into gear. Probably going to see the same move. I reckon that front roll with the loop as well. It's got to go soon. Yeah, exactly the same trick. And exactly the same outcome. So hopefully that one will score for her. So kite loop front roll from Sarah is now coming in. You can see scores a 7 for Mikaeli Sol for the kite loop front roll. Pippa here now, 2nd trick attempt. Goes up. Back roll kite loop. This is the first women's semi-final. After this we will have another women's semi-final. Back roll there, and you see there, kite loop. Looking at the landing zone. Coming in nice and smooth. Contra loop front roll for Zara also coming in. Scores to drop for all our riders. Michaeli Sol is going to be the next rider to jump. Keep your eye on that blue flag. It's going to go down. The green's going to come up. So second day here for the GKA Big Air Twin Tip Division. We've been going through the men and the women. We had the hydrofoil women's this morning where we crowned our champion for 2024. We're here in the sunny land of coconuts and acai. Jerry co-acquirer as Michaeli Sol does a kite loop late back there with that alley rotation as well on the way down. Great time of year to be in Brazil. Wind every single day. Don't even need to look at the forecast. And today, through the window, is actually one of the stronger days there. There's still good winds the next couple of days, but today is the stronger day. But hopefully that can change. You know, you never know what local effects can happen. The other day there was a good solid forecast, and then all of a sudden they saw upwards of 40 knots. So you know, maybe we'll see that again. Sarah here again, 3 tricks, 3 landed. She's really putting a good show on to kickstart this heat. Front roll, loops the kite, contra loop. So Sarah now with a 5.33 at the moment, sitting in 4th position, but she is the only rider to only have 1 score counting. Looks like she's going to go right foot forward as well here. Kicker goes up, kite loop with the late back. Does manage to land it, nearly gets caught on that wave there into land, and you can see here pulls the late back and just about skips over this wave here. Yep, oof. A little bit further forward or a little bit further back, and that could have been a crash, but she held it together very nicely. And it's going to be rewarded. Blue flag, Pippa now. She's got the kite loop family, she's got the contra loop family. Goes up. Forward rotation. But a crash on the landing. Getting yanked out of the board. Scores still to drop for Zara. 5.03 for a contra loop front roll. Keep your eyes on Zara Hugenrad. That 4th position will change. Good score coming her way for that last kite loop back roll. Crash there for Pippa, so we're now moving over to Michaeli. So there we have Zara now with a 7.60. Good score there for her. Second highest of the heat so far. Big crash there from Mika. Got a little bit of inside news for everyone watching at home. We've got a rider joining us in the booth. The first one of the comp so far. I'm not going to be a lone wolf out here. Edgar Ulrich is hopefully going to be joining us in the booth in the next heat. So if you've got any questions for Edgar, fire them our way. Hopefully he will be with us very, very shortly as we just get the second mic ready. But at the moment, it's looking like Michaeli Sol is in first place, just with the 2 scores as well. So she's got 2 biggies. Sarah Sadek at the moment, the Egyptian. Back roll, Kailu board off. That would have been very nice. We're seeing the women starting to push now. They need those higher scores. Zara now currently in third place, but again that's only made up from 2 scores. 8 trick attempts now. Women have an extra attempt now. We're in the semi-finals. Three tricks are still going to remain to count though. Zara lands there once again. Front roll. Looping the kite again. Getting a score on the board. Most likely she only needs a 1.87 to advance into second and a 1.91 to go into first. So here we go, front roll. You can see initiating the loop from Pippa. Maybe wanted a little grab at the front there as well. But here we go, Mika. Back in competition now. Nice kicker here for her. Takes off. Front roll. Ooh, wish she wanted to. Wants to get that board off. We saw her take the board off on exactly the same maneuver yesterday. And it was way up in the 8s. Very talented rider, Mika. Multiple world champion in the freestyle. She's won the Big Air World Championship in 2023 alongside Andrea Principi as well. She knows what it means to win. She knows how to plan those heats from start to finish. As we now enter the 5th trick attempt. So we're halfway through this first women's semi-final. Zara Hugenrad in first place, Pippa van Ursel in second. Mika, though, however, does have a score coming. So there's a lot of change still happening. So here we go, kite loop. Just a classic standard kite loop there. Okay, so 5th trick attempt here, kite loop. Next up we're going to have Zara, currently now back down. Okay, so yeah, as we mentioned on the 5th trick attempt, looking at the scores, Zara Hogan around on a 17.36. Michaeli Sol now with that contraloop front roll, 21.43. So she is in the lead at the moment. As we can see now, Zara on your screen, next to jump. Going left foot forward, her preferred way. Has tried that a few times and is successful that one. If you watch the replay here, front roll. Loops the kite. With a nice smooth landing. Not a crazy amount of height though, maybe the slight drop in the wind. As Sarah Zadek from, sorry, Pippa van Ursel there. Currently in 3rd position with that 16.57. Her lowest score is a contraloop back roll. She'll be looking to improve on that one. And then up next we're going to have once again Michaeli Sol. Seems to be the woman to beat at the moment. She's putting together the highest heat scores, the highest individual trick scores as well. Green flag now goes up, so Mika starts to engage on the 5th trick attempt. Her lowest one is a contraloop front roll. Maybe we'll see her go once again for the same move, but can she add the board off like we saw yesterday? Goes up. Kite loop late back. Once again with that rotation on the way down. We've seen her do that already. 7.83 it scored previously. Now on to trick attempt number 6 as we watch Mika here. Loops the kite. Initiates that back roll with the added rotation. She'll definitely be wanting to start to incorporate some sort of board off. As we move on to trick attempt number 6. Sarah Sadek back roll kite loop. And manages to just about get caught last minute there. Again, nothing crazy in regards to the height. And we have to think about the judging criteria. You know, height is a big thing, as well as the explosivity. If those two factors are met with some technical difficulty as well, that's where we're going to start seeing those higher scores. So Zara here, left foot forward, maybe going to kick off the back of this wave. Yes, she does. That's a little bit nicer there, a bit more height. Currently in 2nd position, needs a 3.91 advantage on one of her scores to jump into 1st. With Pippa to jump next. 3 tricks remaining for Pippa. Blue flag goes up. There's still plenty of room for movement at the moment in the scoreboard. So it goes up. Kite loop board off. Can she get the ball back under her feet? Just about manages to do it, and she is stoked with that. You can see the fist pump. Very happy to land it. I thought for a minute maybe she didn't have enough time to get that board back on her feet, but we'll watch the replay here. Gets a good kicker. Takes the board off. Loops the kite and just about manages to get that board back on her feet. You can see that extends nicely with the legs as well. And manages to land in quite one of the nicer flat sections, let's say, at this low tide. Tide's now back on its way back high tide. So it's done the turn. Mika now. 6th trick, goes up. Contraloop front roll board off. With a quite a heavy butt check. It's like riding a bull out there for Mika. Keeps it together, will be deducted a little bit on the butt check. But I still think it's going to be a good score. If you watch here, front roll with the board off and the pulls on the front hand. With that contraloop. Just needed a little bit more height and she would have had a clean landing. So 2 trick attempts remaining now for all of our riders. Sarah Sadek going to be next in. And joining me in the booth for the next couple of heats as well, we're going to be having Edgar Ulrich. Currently next to me at the moment, we're just waiting for the mic to turn up and then we can get him down. So if you've got any questions for Edgar about conditions, maybe what it's like competing here in Brazil, about equipment, then fire them our way in your comments. Not sure what's quite going on at the moment, but maybe a little issue with the flags on the beach, because it should be the white lycra to jump now. Okay, so what does it mean when we see the green and the purple? Well, the green is obviously the colour for Mika, but when that pink flag goes up, it means the judges are still validating their scores. It wasn't on this move. This was the move before, I believe. It was pretty much the same one, except she managed to take the board off. But it's still very, very, very close if you look at those scores. Mika is first. Pippa now after that kite loop board off. That scored an 8.23. Highest scoring trick of the heat so far. First semi-final of the women. We'll then be doing the second semi-final before taking a heat break and then finishing up with the final. And then heading back on with the men. So Mika. Goes again. So I'm not quite sure what's happened here. Fortunately there loses her board, but that was definitely the bigger one that we've seen. Not quite sure where Mika was there to jump when it should have been Sarah. So final stages now of this first semi-final. 8.23 is the highest score to beat, let's say, from Pippa. Zara needs 0.88 worth of a point to bump herself into second place, and also isn't far off first. So a bit of a delay going on here. Okay, so it looks like we're going to be going back into sequence now. Sarah Sadet going for a kite loop board off as well, but crashing that one out. Didn't get as much height as Pippa did. So, second crash there. Zara's up next. Currently in third position, so top two riders will be making it through to the final. Third and fourth place. They will have to pack their bags after this. So Zara now coming in, left foot forward. Not sure what size kite she's riding. I think it might be around maybe an 8 or a 9. Zara going in. Oh, that's a new one from her. We haven't seen her do that, and she's so close to landing it. Managed to get the board back on her feet. As we'll watch the replay. So let's watch Zara here. Pops up, gets that front rotation in, loops the kite, gets the board off. We saw this landed yesterday. You can see there that back foot just not quite in the strap. Pippa now. Good kicker here. Decides against it. Does get the takeoff, back roll kite loop, but not a clean takeoff. And no height really there. So that's not going to be an improvement on any of her scores that she's got down at the moment. So Mika is going to be up next. Current heat leader, 21.46. Lowest score she has. Here's a conch loop front roll board off. But that is also the most technical move that she has down there on the trick list at the moment. So she can cleanly land that one. We saw her land it, but it was with a big butt check, and it's still scoring pretty high in the mid-sixes. Nice kicker here. Conch loop front roll. Didn't get the board off, though. You see here, there's the front roll. Initiates the loop, but has no means to actually grab the board there. Maybe on the last trick attempt, she will go for it. But at the moment, this is it now. Last trick attempt number 8. So for the semi-finals, it went from 7 trick attempts to 8 trick attempts, but still only 3 count. Reason being is that the judges, head judge Alvaro, wanted to see the riders start to risk a little bit more as well in the later stages, give the riders a little bit more opportunity to go big. So Sara Zadek now, last trick attempt for her. She still can get in. So there you go, back roll kite loop board off, and that's it. She's in the drink. No good for her. She's going to be packing those bags. And it's up next is Zara. Zara Hugenrad, the current Big Air World Champion. Can she deliver on this last trick attempt? Otherwise, we're going to be seeing Mika and Pippa go through. So this is it. Kite loop front roll is the lowest score. Sorry, no. Contra loop front roll is the lowest score she has. She did try and attempt that on the last move with the addition of a board off. Is she going to play it safe and just go for the contra loop front roll? We saw a little buzzer beater in Gran Canaria with that double loop that she performed. She goes up, contra loop front roll board off. Does get the board back on her feet. But that is going to be a crash for Zara as well. So close to landing that one. Looked like she got both feet back in the board as well. But no, yeah, that back foot once again just coming out of the strap. And maybe she knows it, but it's not going to be enough, unfortunately, for her. So she will finish there in 3rd position. So it's teammates Pippa and Mika that are going to be going through to the final here in Brazil, Jericoacoara. There's Pippa now flying from the sky, sort of falling from the sky there. You can see here, very comfortable going right foot forward, Pippa. If you watch the replay, she goes up, gets a nice kicker. Back roll with the kite loop with the additional, or maybe I thought there was an additional back roll there, but nope. Last trick from Mika, kite loop, late back, nice and simple as she knows she's making it through with 21.46. So up next, second women's semi-final, where we'll be joined by Edgar Ulrich. We'll see you very shortly.
I just missed my flight. Didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.
Next stop, Hamid International Airport.
Okay, so we're just getting a mic now for Edgar, and then we're going to be going up with this semi-final heat number 2. In bar, Francesca, Lana, and Alice. Those are going to be the 4 riders. Okay, so here we are, second semi-final, and joining me in the booth, Edgar. Thanks so much for joining me. You're the first rider that has so far this comp, so let's tell everyone how's it going.
Thank you very much for having me here. It's a pleasure to be in the booth for the first time,
Yeah.
actually. And yeah, I'm happy to be here and to bring a little bit of a rider's experience on the spot and all infos, which sometimes you guys don't see on the screen, and to be more precise on what conditions are like out there.
Yeah, so I mean, we've got a long heat ahead. There's going to be some great action, but we do have 8 tricks for all of these 4 riders. So before we dive deep into this, why don't we just talk about a little bit about the spot and, you know, what's it like out there? What can we actually expect? You know, how different is it from looking at the screen?
How different is it looking at the screen? Well, if you really look at the screen, you already see that it's pretty choppy. For at least where you want to start your jump, where you do your pop, as we say. And the landing actually is always after the beach break, so it's kind of a flat landing in between the waves. And so let's say that the pop is actually really crucial here, and it's hard to get the perfect timing with the waves, and also sometimes the wind is dropping us a bit, but yeah, it's amazing conditions.
Yeah, and how clean is the wind there? Is it gusty for you guys? I mean, we have had the wind reader a few times, and it seems to be quite up and down today. There was a period where we were sort of up around the 30 knots, but we know 30 knots in Brazil is very different to, say, 30 knots at your home spot over in France. But it's been a little bit up and down. Is it gusty here?
Exactly. I wouldn't say gusty. Gusty is not the word, because you can get 5 minutes lower wind, but 5 minutes stronger wind. But there's no gust which is gonna over-rotate you or surprise you deeply. No, the wind is pretty steady. 5 minutes low, 5 minutes high. But yeah, the main difference we have compared to Europe or other spot like Cape Town, we know Brazil is perfect steady wind, but it's not a lifty wind. So that's why you don't see the riders jumping more than 15 meters.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's almost the best we can give with the wind. It's not lifty enough to go higher than that. that's why we all go on technical tricks, and and we still have to prioritize the height, even though it's really hard to get.
And how are you feeling out there so far? Obviously, you were straight through to round number 3, had a good performance over in round number 3 as well. You're still, you know, potentially even going to be back on the water later on this afternoon in the later stage of the afternoon. So, you feeling good out there?
Yeah, I was feeling good. I really enjoy when it's no stress.
Yeah.
Really a fun competition. I really want to take it without any pressure, and that's how it always works for me. And when I get stressed out, that's where I don't land my tricks. That's where I start to freak out. And oh, we see a big tricks here. Getting the height, that's really hard to get. Get the landing as well.
Yeah.
Amazing.
She's been riding super well. I mean, yesterday as well in her heat, Alice was like absolutely sending it. And once again here, as you say, getting the height. I mean, how important is height in regards to the judging criteria? Because the start of the event, you know, there was obviously this is part of the 2025 twin tip year for you guys. You had a great start of 2024 in Lords of Tram on the podium, which I know you were super stoked about. Judging criteria now is really factored onto sort of the height and amplitude, which, as you mentioned, in Brazil, a little bit tough on the height side because it's not that lofty wind, but they're looking for the explosivity and the technical difficulty of tricks as well.
Yeah, and it makes really a huge difference when you're the one getting the height at the right moment. It really makes a difference. If the average jump is 10 meters, if you get that 15-meter mark, you will get rewarded for it, for sure.
And I've got a couple of questions here coming in as well, just about the kit actually you're riding. I mean, what have you been on at the moment? We have a lot of questions about the size of the kites. I mean, I know a lot of riders are going 9 and 10, but obviously, like you know, you're one of the duotone riders as well, and you have a choice of amazing equipment, let's say, between the Rebel D-Lab and the Evo D-Lab. A lot of people are asking, okay, why would you choose one over the other?
It was a hard choice to make. Really, both kites are amazing. Evo D-Lab and Rebel D-Lab are amazing. But as I mentioned on the Jotun stories, if you guys missed out this, I always use 8 meter and 9 meter as a Rebel D-Lab 5 strut. Good for strong wind, and if it gets lighter, I would prefer to go on the Evo, which is a 3 strut, so lighter kite and easy turning in lighter winds. So only for the lighter winds, I would go for the Evo. But except out of that, I prefer the Rebel D-Lab now, which goes a bit higher than the Evo. But both kites are completely amazing. This is the worst when you lose a fit at the pop. You know you already miss a jump, and it's gonna be a non-scoring trick. That's a bit painful when you're in the air with a foot out of the board.
You can do nothing about it.
Yeah. Hard to get it.
See here, a score is just being validated for Imba. Starting off with a kite loop 3.30. Francesca here has put some nice scores together. Lana Herman with a nice opening score of a 6.07 for a kite loop back roll. She also has quite a nice score coming through as well. Alice, though, at the moment in second place. A big heat here. I mean, saw Inbar in the last one with a really nice kite loop board off. What did you think? I mean, the women are pushing, hey?
Yeah, completely. You really see the women getting a better level each year, and this year they will be rewarded as well with the Queen of the Year at the end of the year. Amazing for them. And now you start to see kite loops with the board off. Many girls trying it, not even in the final already, and we see those tricks been sending it out there. So it's really nice to see the level growing like this. And yeah, they can be proud.
No, for sure. I mean, the level is going through the roof, as we saw yesterday with regards to obviously Mika doing those 2 landed in competition for the world's first. I mean, I think I've seen maybe one of them before on the socials, but actually in competition, she's obviously taken 2024 off, so she's back in the mix now for 2025, and she's sort of the woman to beat at the moment. She's been putting in the performances.
Yeah, exactly. And there's actually a big difference between landing your tricks on trainings and landing your trick on the competition, because we know we all train sometimes in Brazil, but in Goryu or Tatajuba, which is a flat spot, even better wind, so we say a 10 out of 10 perfect condition. And to be in competition, it's sometimes you have the pressure, you have the stress, there's all those outside things, and you have to land your trick at the right moment, and it's completely different to training.
And how long have you been in Brazil? I mean, what was your plans now? Obviously, you've got the big one coming up as well after Brazil. So what's the plan for you just before Brazil? How long have you been here? And then after the comp? What's on the calendar?
Before Brazil, I arrived 2 days before the event.
As you do.
I'm always pretty late on the event. Oh, nice boogie loop here. Amazing. Yeah, I always arrived pretty late on the event. I already know the spot. I've been maybe 7, 8, 9 times maybe in Brazil. So I was not so much worried about the spot. Yeah, after here we have the King of the Air happening in 2 or 3 weeks. Depends on the condition. And yeah, I'll do a quick stop by France and straight away to Cape Town to get ready for the end of the season.
And then, then the 2025 season, obviously, in the year gets underway. But like we've obviously mentioned before, this is going to be counting towards that year. And as mentioned as well, you had a good year with Laws of Tram. That's the home spot for you. It's sort of the home spot, isn't it? I guess.
It is kind of my home spot. We like to see this first rotation, nice back rotation as well. But she's on the top of the loop, like this,
whips around.
Sending, yeah. We want to see the rotation at the most crucial moment. Looping the kite, that's really good. France Barcarès is kind of my home spot. I live 4 hours away, but conditions are not that good where I live. So I mostly train in Barcarès. Yeah, it's my home spot, let's say. But I don't train as much as I would like.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because that actually was a comment that came into the stream like before, like even half an hour ago. It was like when we mentioned that you might be joining us, they were like, or even during your heat, they were like, how can Edgar perform like this? And he seems like he doesn't actually train as much as the rest. So
no, really, this year I didn't train at all. But I need to put some hours of kiting to be better, and I feel it. I really feel it. I did not progress enough this year.
So I do apologise if you can hear a little bit of background music. It seems like they've just put the volume up full blast on the beach, so we're going to get that down. But for now, we're just about halfway through. Well, we're coming up to the halfway point now. 8 trick attempts, 3 count. So we're now on the 4th trick attempt.
We can see Alice is in a really good position because she has only 2 tricks scoring, and she's still 2nd, which is really good. Really good. She already has she still has plenty of attempts, so when you have 2 good scores already, it's nice confidence for the rest of the heat.
Francesca there, vice world champion.
Yeah.
In big air, also was in the hydrofoil this morning. I think she finished 3rd. Also does a little bit of wing foiling as well. She's done. I think she was in Morocco competing in the GWA. But here, Lana Herman.
Nice boogie loop.
Going for the grab as well, but didn't quite get the front of the board, the nose of the board.
Yeah. So you really see here the difference compared to other spots. It's really hard to get the proper height, even though she's pulling on the bar. You have to get that perfect timing between your pop and the sending of the kite. You have to be perfect aligned on that to get the 100% height you can get.
Yeah, and obviously this spot is a right foot forward spot ideally as well, and a lot of the spots that we've had on tour have been left foot forward, and I've said it before in the stream, but we're seeing a lot as Alice goes
nice
up
kicker.
here.
Look at
Great
that height.
kicker.
Taking the board off. That's insane. Gets the landing.
She loves it already.
She can claim it, yeah.
Yeah, that's nice as well, as you can tell. She's really riding really well, Alice here.
This is purely enjoyment there.
And you can see just the advantage of going right foot forward because she demonstrated perfectly there the use of that kicker.
Look, really pulling a long time on the bar, extending the leg behind her, and matches on the landing.
Straight away claims it as well.
Yeah, completely. She must be happy with this. It's amazing, as I said, when you have already 2 good tricks and you're coming with that 3rd score. The rest of the heat now for her is going to be mostly enjoyment, and when it's like this, you're putting even better scores, and you're in the positive routine, which is really good. We usually don't talk so much about it, but mentally it is a sport really where the mental is number one, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Completely. You have to be really ready technically, physically, but mental. When you can get a bad gust, you can get a bad pop, a bad wave, and you miss out your first or both tricks, and you still have to make it even though you crashed your two first trick. So that's where you have to not break down and keep on going, and being positive. And sometimes it's quite hard when you see others landing the tricks and you're the only one without any tricks.
Yeah, and out of any scores.
At the beginning of the hit, and yeah, that's where it gets mental.
So in bar here,
Doesn't get the height.
I reckon she wants to try and get that kite loop board off. We saw it in the previous heat from her. She landed it,
Yeah.
got like high sevens as well. So it's in the locker, but as you say, yeah, didn't get the height there.
It's hard to get the speed in the chop. As you see, even when she lands, she fell out because of a chop. Conditions are getting tough when the tide goes up. There are some moments where it's better than others. Sometimes 30 minutes difference make a huge difference on the water spot.
Yeah, no, tide's really shooting up now. It started off pretty much high as well, but then the low tide kicked in for pretty much the whole afternoon, and now local time is about
getting the
4:30.
board off. Nice kite angle. Would she get the landing? Yeah, she does.
Oh, Francesca.
Amazing. Between two waves. Landing between two waves. Amazing.
We watch the replay here close up as well. Yeah, kite loop board off.
Nice extension. Gets the 2 feet in the board.
Very controlled.
Yeah.
It's nice. We're starting to see the board offs come more regularly now. Scores waiting to drop. We do see a big one at the moment coming in for Alice. As you can see, 8.07 for that concha loop front roll board off.
Yeah. That's really good. Francesca needs to be second. She is.
Yeah, she's currently in second place. Lana Herman's actually in first, but Lana and Francesca, they do have 3 tricks counting towards their score. Alice only has 2, but they're 2 pretty big ones as well. So if Alice can get another score down, then she will have 3 tricks counting. So she needs to take another family.
The problem with Alice is because she did 2 tricks with the same family, the same exact trick, and it's part of her 2 best scores, but one will not count because we're looking for different categories. We want to complete riders, and you have to do your 3 best scores in different categories.
Yeah, and you can see here they're just validating that kite loop board off for Francesca. And just while that pink flag up, is that something that you plan obviously before I go? You know what you want to do in the right moment, or are you out there and you decide?
Now that I have a bit more of experience as before, I would say, now I just go out there. I know all the tricks I have, and I adapt it to the conditions.
Yep.
Like I had on my previous heat, wind was really light in some tricks, and I went for some dongle pass and kung fu pass, which was rewarding, way better than a 6-meter kite loop, 6-meter height kite loop. So Alice here.
Herman.
Lana. Oh, big crash.
Yeah, real nasty one there.
Yeah, and Alice needs to be told by her crew, I think, but she's in good hands with. I think Andrea is on the beach helping her, and she will be told to do another category to secure that 3 tricks.
For sure, and I mean Francesca now, big scores just dropped. It's gone down.
Oh
that
my
kite loop
God!
board off 8.70, highest scoring trick of the day so far.
That's a big trick from Francesca. Big score.
Judges referring to that free fall in the air is what I'm being told, with super stretched legs, which is exactly what we saw here on the stream. So biggest score of the day goes to Francesca, 21.53 now. She is in first place. Lana in second after that crash though. And Alice, as we mentioned, only has 2 scoring tricks, but we would look now, maybe as she's been told to do and tick another family, that would improve.
Yeah, that's what we'll see now.
Big height.
Boogie loop,
Good distance.
kite loop, front roll. Yeah, it will be another category.
Yeah, and it's going to be nice as well because she's traveled some good distance and she showed some good height as well.
She shows power. That's good. And Francesca, she can even, she has already a big total score, but she can even improve it because she has a 5.83, which can get better, I'm pretty sure.
For sure. Kite loop back roll there, 5.83. Yeah, we can see her definitely up the ante on that one as we watch the highlight here from Alice. Oh, that must have just been after the move that she did. But we've turned into sequence now. Trick attempt number 6, in-bar, is up next. And here she is on your screen. I reckon kite loop board off. That's what I think. She can get the speed, as you say, going into the trick.
Yeah, it's really hard with the chop. Because sometimes if you take too much speed, you really miss out on the pop and you lose a trick attempt, which you really don't want to.
And they're giving 40 seconds, but 40 seconds must go within, feel like mini seconds out there.
Yeah, it's horrible. As soon as you don't jump on your first tag, you know you have to be really, really quick after that. Okay, getting the speed. Hopefully not too close to the beach. Perfect. Getting the height there. Oh, nice yank.
Extension.
Yeah.
There
Oh,
you
she
go.
gets a landing.
Awesome.
She must be happy with this.
So if we compare that then to Francesca's with an 8.70.
Pulling on the bar.
Great extension, as you said, Edgar.
Yeah,
Nice yank as well.
That really makes the difference when you get a real nice extension. And even though sometimes for the men, you see them flying a long period, a long amount of time. And you have to really get that board off for a long time to show control, to show commitment. And that's how you get the top scores.
Yeah, I think that one there really well executed. Don't know if it was as high as what Francesca did, so maybe be a little bit underneath that 8.70, but nonetheless, it's going to be a good score for Imra and put her back in the mix.
Yeah.
Francesca here, not going on that tack, going to go right foot forward maybe. We're seeing now Alice.
And now she has to be fast because it's 40 seconds.
Yeah, she's got to be quick.
It is stressful out there. It is stressful.
Francesca now, 6th trick attempt.
Okay, back loop, laid back. Gets the landing. Nice.
Nicely done there as we watch the replay, zoomed in as you mentioned there.
It wasn't that high. I think the kite was a bit too much further in the back already when she popped. It's good to have the kite perfectly at 12 or even a little bit more in front.
I'm just looking at the scoreboard as well, and look at the one that Alice just knocked down on that last move that we saw, 8.60.
Yeah.
So she has now got into first place and has, as you mentioned, those 3 tricks counting towards the total score.
Yeah. Oh, big crash here.
Big gust as well coming.
And nice score as well from in-bar. We can see the nice kite loop with the leg extension. Kite loop board have got a 7.00.
Yeah, so I mean, Imbar's still got work to do because she still is quite far off second. She's 2 tricks away from second, so the 2 tricks that she has remaining, she does need to land.
Yeah. Kite
Nice.
loop with the board off. Gets the landing.
What has this girl had for breakfast or lunch? She's firing. She's absolutely cooking out there.
Yeah. She maybe had an acai for lunch. The famous Brazilian
Well, I don't know where
acai.
she's found one because we're in the middle of absolute nowhere.
Yeah.
There's absolutely nothing around apart from a judge tower and some chicken and rice.
In bar, she will have to kick out that 3.3 score and really focus on the 2 last trick attempt, which now it gets stressful, as I was saying.
Yeah, well, this is it now, isn't it? Obviously, a score to drop there for Alice. I think she's really having a fantastic heat here. One of the best, I think, that's been done. In bar now, going for the 7th trick attempt. Maybe wanted to initiate that kite loop late back there. But just a standard kite loop. What does she have already? 3.3 that she opened up with, as you mentioned. Can't really see it changing the score too much there for her because she's...
I think it will not be enough for in bar. When you see the total of the other girls, they've been really putting out a solid heat. Lana started really well with the top 3 scores already on the top on the beginning of the heat.
I mean, Alice has landed every single trick as well. She's
Alice been flying on the hit.
Francesca
Getting the height, contra loop. Misses out on the landing. That's really, really hard when you land on the back of the wave. You get a big impact in the knees, and you have to stay collected. And there's also the rebound, and you have to land twice.
remains in second place though.
Yeah.
Not far off from first. But there's big scores here in this heat. Both semi-finals delivering the goods. As we now go to Lana, who has crashed those last 2 tricks.
She has still 2 trick attempts. Back, contra, laid back. Ah.
And a nasty crash as well.
Look like the wind. We're in the 5 minutes, a bit with low wind. Kite loop, inverted rotation, but doesn't have enough power to reload the kite and get the landing.
So we go over to the woman that can't do no wrong at the moment, Alice.
Yeah, she's been landing everything.
Big kicker.
Back. Okay. It looks like a boogie loop, but with a back roll. A slow inverted back roll with the kite loop. Look at that. Initiating the loop almost halfway in the rotation, but still managed to get the landing.
So final trick attempts now.
Yeah,
and it's going to be unfortunate for Inbar because she won't have a chance of getting into second and going through. She is tricked out. She needs a 12.38 to go into second, which you obviously can't get off one trick.
Yeah.
So maybe she knows, maybe she doesn't. But coming in now, left foot forwards. Maybe the kite loop late back. Kite loop with the late back. Yeah.
Getting a better height than before.
Yeah, much better. Very nice and
gets
clean
the
there.
landing.
Nice way to end the heat.
Yeah.
For her.
She's happy with it. At least you really want to, when you lose an event or you don't get qualified for the further heats, you really want to be just happy about your performance, and if it's the case for her, that's really insane. Because I've been losing some events where I don't put out the performance, and it's really painful because you get really on your nerve on yourself, and as soon as you put a performance, and even if it's not enough, you're already happy about yourself, happy about your riding. You've been giving 100%, and that's really what you're looking for as an athlete.
Yeah, I mean, Inbar as well. She didn't have the easiest of starts in round 1. I don't think she put quite the heat she wanted to together, but she's really done well as the competition's gone on. And here we see Francesca landing her last move.
You see sometimes landing with speed in the back of the wave. You'll see she get a second little jump, and you have to really be precise on your landing between the waves.
So Francesca here does have a score coming, but I don't think it's going to be
it's not going to improve.
Yeah, it's not going to change anything. So
pretty sure it would not. So Lana can improve, and Lana can come back. It's all on that one trick. She can get that second place
or first place if she absolutely dials it down.
Yeah. Oh, boogie loop with the board. Oh no, doesn't get the landing, doesn't get the board back on.
So now we know our finalists for this semi-final number 2. It's going to be Francesca and Alice that are going to be making it through due to Lana there crashing out on that last 8th trick attempt.
Oh, heavy crash.
Could have been anyone's game there. What are we going to see from Alice on this last one? Probably knows now that she doesn't have to necessarily go big and go home.
If I would be Alice, I would take it chill, so I don't injure or whatever myself, or I don't do a big crash before the final. Because we reminded the 2 girls advancing are going into the final.
So Mika and Pippa will be joining Francesca and Alice. That's a good final.
Yeah.
Alice's last trick attempt coming up now. What are we going to see?
This is 100% enjoyment trick. Getting the kicker. Contra loop front roll, board off. Ah.
She had to crash at least one of the 8, eh? Save it to the end. So there we have it. Semi-final lists that going through, Francesca and Alice. And we're going to be going on a little heat break now. And we'll be back in 10 minutes' time.
just missed my flight. Didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.
Next stop, Hamid International Airport.
This is a dream come true.
Okay, so here we go. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. The final of the women's big air twin tip. Pippa van Ursel, Francesca Viney, Michaeli Sol, and Alice Rougeau. She has been on fire, as have the other three. Edgar, what's cooking?
Yeah, we're back live with the women's final. Energy is here. Alice been landing all the trick in the previous heat. We saw some amazing scores as well from Mika, from Francesca, and also from Pippa, advancing Also the semi-final
Yeah.
with Pippa and Mikaeli. All the girls were flying. We remember Zara, actual world champion, not making it through the final. So we really see the level is really insane on this event. On the women's side, it's crazy to see how much they've been progressing.
Yeah, very, very good. I mean, I don't want to predict at all. I mean, it can be anyone's game. I mean, obviously, Pippa likes going right foot forward as well. She's been riding very well.
Yeah.
Mikaeli as well put on an amazing show yesterday. I have to say, Alice today has been on fire as well. And even in the last heat for Francesca, I mean...
Completely.
Oh, I don't know what to say. But starting things off in this women's final, the first event of 2025 for the GKA Big Air, it is Pippa. Just skipping over those front few waves. I think maybe she wanted to take off from that previous one, but as you say, she's got 40 seconds, so needs to act quick.
Yeah, the wave section was really not perfect on this one, so she's got to hurry a bit to get the trick done in time.
Yep, 8 tricks, 3 of which you're going to be counting.
You see the white flag. Sorry, here representing her color lycra.
Yeah, she's got to go now.
Yeah. Now or nothing. Hard.
Is the one.
Yeah. Oh, nice height. Laid back roll. Getting a controlled landing.
Yeah, worth the wait on that one. I mean, really was up to the last seconds, I think she was waiting there for, but it was worth it in the end. As you can see there, laid back, smooth landing.
Nice body angle. We want to see really inverted rotation. And as soon as you concentrate on that, it gets interesting.
So Francesca up next. Don't think Francesca's either, she hasn't won a GKA Big Air event yet, so another chance to do so here. She's obviously the vice world champion, but yet to win one of the events. Always has a pretty consistent record, doesn't she?
Yeah.
Always pretty solid.
Yeah, always put the scores out. Okay, coming in. Left foot forward. The laid back as well. Doesn't get the perfect landing.
Butt check.
When it's like this, it's quite hard to do the same trick as the person did before, because when you're judging, you really put your first score is not so much of a matter. But it will depend on the next score, because Pippa did a laid back.
Yep.
And if Francesca does the same laid back, the note has to be the same. But you really see the note difference if you go for the doobie loop. Look at that.
Nice.
Mika gets the landing. Nice double rotation on the way up. This is where it gets complicated. And when you do the same trick as the person before,
boom,
you will see a big high or lower score if you do a execution.
Yeah, Francesca 4.83, Pippa 6.07, and now Mika opening up very nicely as well. It's looking big as well. Scores are coming in, high 7s, low 8s. And here we go, Alice now jumping last in sequence here. So
10 minutes ago.
Is it? How much 10 minutes
ago, yeah, 10 minutes ago she was flying, absolutely ripping in the. Look at that, the height, the distance.
Yeah, similar height to Francesca. Pippa went a little bit bigger.
So now, as a judge, you have to rate this laid back compared to Pippa's one, and see which one was more controlled and with the better height and everything.
Yeah, and how much of an advantage would you say it is to jump last in the final? Is the pressure then on you or do you like to see what they do ahead? Or do you not?
You're always a bit less worried, because you still can improve, and you're the last one to improve, so you know the scores of the others, and you know what you have to do, so you get a better strategy plan.
Pippa back roll contra loop.
Yeah, gets the landing. Doesn't seem like the win is pretty strong, but this is where it gets technical, as we saw Mikaeli getting 8.53 for that doobie loop. So when you get a technical trick, even though the win is not so strong, this is maybe where you want to go and make the best out of the conditions. Ladies not so much doing the kung fu pass and the handle passes. But in lighter condition, it is really a thing. It shows technicality and height, which is really, really good.
So second trick now for Francesca.
Coming in, right foot forward. Left foot forward, sorry.
Jumps. Yeah, you got me confused there as well. But
Yeah.
very smooth landing for Francesca.
Yeah.
Puts in the
Contra
front
loop.
roll with the contra.
Controlled rotation.
Yeah.
You
Makes it
don't
look
see
pretty easy.
the legs wiggling left or right.
So local time is 10 past 5. As you can see, that light is starting to go. So this will be the last heat of the day. We'll be wrapping things up here with the winner of the women's final here in Jericho.
Mikhail is all on your screen, guys, now. Looking
Big
for the
kicker.
kicker. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The height, you see. Now getting the distance when the kite comes back.
Oh,
Making
smooth.
yeah, really good. Making the last rotation, showing that she knows she has the control. She can get into that added rotation without any problem.
Perfect timing on that kicker just before both those waves sort of came in and won. And as you said there, look, just about gets it. Loops the kite, throws the rotation, and just at the end when she spots her landing,
Look at that landing.
adds in that next rotation as well. Super smooth.
Bending the legs, making it control.
Alice now. I mean, all riders are really opening up nicely here. No crashes so far in this final. Alice sees the kicker.
Oh, gets the height as well. Boogie loop.
Very controlled there from Alice as well.
Very
Gets
nice.
the height. Great timing on the kicker.
Look at that. She could get a little bit more of a pulling the bar now and get further in the jump to get more distance. But the goal is really to get the landing first.
Very much so. And Pippa now.
And really into the first tricks, you want to get some scores.
Yeah, it's looking good for all riders actually out there. Worth noting that the cameras that we are filming from,
Yeah,
they're a little
amazing
bit higher
score
up.
we can see from Mikhaili already with a 2 solid 8.
Yeah.
Insane.
Yeah, 17.13 for Mika.
With only 2 tricks, which is insane.
Yeah, pretty much the perfect start for her there.
But we saw also some crazy good scores for the other girls.
We did indeed. Pippa here, some nice rolling quickers coming her way here. Takes it.
Gets a better height.
Does indeed. Added
Doobie.
rotation.
Oh no, the foot went out of the board.
You can see added rotation there. Yeah, the ball just kicks out from underneath her.
Yeah. Then had the kite perfectly at the right spot for the landing. Good score for Alice.
7.87.
Really nice. She can consider this maybe in her top 3 score. And now maybe she can go into some other categories and move on. Not repeat the same trick, which is really good.
Francesca there lacking the height on that move though.
Yeah.
You know, especially when you've got the likes of Mika and Alice who are jumping right foot forward and making the use of, let's say, the conditions here. They are going significantly bigger at the moment. And it's being rewarded.
Look at that, the speed. Kicker section was not the best.
Yeah, a little bit messy there for Mika.
She'll
Turning
attack
around.
again.
A little bit of a laggy connection going on right now in this second, but that will soon be sorted for you guys.
Okay, is this one going to be better? Okay.
It's nice.
Contra
board
loop,
off.
board off. Ah, the kite. Oh,
Yeah, nasty.
On the
Right on the
tip
wave
of-
as well.
on the tip of the wave, landing on the back.
Yeah, proper harsh landing there from Mika. Didn't get the height.
Yeah, sometimes it cuts out your breathing for a second.
Yeah, nasty crash there from Mika. Alice now, third trick. Francesca, the only rider at the moment that has 3 tricks counting towards her score. However, Mika is still in first place. Goes to show what the 2 biggies can do.
Yeah.
Alice now, third trick attempt. Finds the kicker.
Front contra. Gets the landing.
Nice, exactly what we saw there from Mika without the board off.
Not as high as she was jumping before, as you saw.
No.
The kicker was a bit smaller.
Smooth landing though. So Pippa, once again, fourth trick.
She already has a 6.5 also.
Nice kicker here.
She's looking for another one. Sometimes there's some really good kickers, but they're too close from the beach. Okay, was that the boogie loop?
I believe so.
Or
She's
front
travelled.
contra? I think it was a kite loop, yeah. Okay, yeah, kite loop.
Kite loop.
With a grab, showing control.
So Francesca here obviously has the 3 scores, but needs to improve.
That kite loop back roll and that kite loop front roll as well. She will look to improve them. Okay, getting the speed between 2 kickers.
Oh,
Kite
Kite's
loop
not
front
catching.
roll.
Oh.
Misses out on the landing. Missing a bit of power.
I was going to say, maybe a little bit of a drop in the wind.
As you see, also the girls are riding smaller kites than the boys because they're also lighter and the kite will turn a bit slower when you have a lighter rider. So yeah, they're really using smaller kites compared to I think they're all on 7 on the final here.
Mika there going for that front contra.
Yeah.
Yeah, she wants it with the board off, doesn't she?
Doesn't get the height. She doesn't want to get the same crash as she did before.
Yeah, it's nasty. I mean, it looked like it hurt from here.
Alice seems to have a bit
Alice.
more power. Is she on the 8? Gets the landing. We don't see it on the screen.
Oh no, it doesn't look like she does. I mean,
Yeah, they're happy. The crew's happy.
Oh,
For sure, she's got it.
we sort of heard them as well a little bit beforehand.
So you see the Italians here cheering for the friend.
Gets it just above there. Great height. Gets a good pull as well.
Back contra loop with the board off.
Boom.
Gets the rotation, the kite loop, and also the board off. That's really what you're looking for. Look at that. Nice extension on the legs. Takes the time. 2 feet back in the board.
It's looking shallow there, though.
Yeah.
Oh. Big
Amazing.
score coming here for Alice.
Oh yeah.
Keep your eyes on the score because it's going to be changing soon.
She's coming with a big one.
Yeah, it's going to be up in the 9s.
But definitely, if you see the height of the trick compared to other jumps, of course she will get a nice score.
Okay, so white flag is up.
Pippa really looking for that nice kicker section. We are on the final, guys. You really don't want to miss any attempts.
Pippa, back roll.
Back roll, kite loop, late back roll.
Landed. Nicely done.
Yeah.
That's the halfway point now in this heat, as 4 attempts have all been done by our riders. Alice has landed every single one. Obviously a score still coming in as well.
Yeah.
It's looking very good.
It will also, Pippa, with the last trick, she will improve her first trick. I think the kite loop back roll, which was a late back. This one is going to score a bit better.
Waiting for the validation on that last score from Alice.
Yeah, judges are taking their time.
And we'll just wait and see. It should be appearing on your screen when those scores come up.
And it is a 9.77. Misses the board on this one.
Huge score from Alice, 9.77. Jeez.
Okay, so she has a biggie in the bag. really good to secure the top spots of
Near
the final.
perfect score. Wow.
Look at that. She still have 4 attempts left with already a score of 23.84.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, you've got Mika here on your screen. She's going to be the next girl to jump, and she would have just also heard that the score has dropped on the beach mic as well.
Yeah, and Mika is definitely hungry for the victory as well. She's not been competing for the last year. She's coming back. She will be looking for the top spot.
Mika Elisol now, 5th trick attempt. All riders now have 3 tricks counted to their scores. Currently it's Alice in first place, but Mika has a contra loop front roll of a 4.77. She's going to want to improve that. Alice, on the other hand, has a kite loop back roll, which is her lowest score of a 6.20. We know Mika has what Alice has just done in the locker.
It will get interesting.
But Mika's going to have to act soon, otherwise she will be timed out.
Okay. This wave is going to break before. Maybe
Skips
the one
over.
behind.
Yeah, looks nice.
Kitley board off with the laid back. Oh! Doesn't get the landing.
This is turning into a great final.
Yeah. When you see the pressure going on.
Spots the landing, gets the board on the feet. Just coming in a bit.
With the feet not perfectly all the way into the straps. Loses
Okay, here
the
we
control.
go. Big gust of wind. Can feel it on the container. Feel it in the booth. Alice.
Wind is definitely
Whoa.
back. Oh, look at that.
Super early on the loop there.
Yeah. Gets a big yank.
She lands it.
Lands it again outside of the camera. Showing distance.
Going airborne. Super early loop there with an added rotation. And I believe she landed that from the crowds.
Yeah. We'll see with the scores.
Man, I don't need to have a word with this girl. I want to know what she's been doing.
Pippa jumping. Gets
Kite
the
loop
kite
board
loop
off.
board off. Big distance. Will she get the landing?
Oh,
we don't know!
Hector, what's going on in here? Hold me down. Hold me down.
Move that camera angle.
All of a sudden, out of nowhere, something's going on in the air outside because these girls are pushing like no other now. This is one of the best finals that I've seen. 8 trick attempts, 3 counts, sorry. And I don't know what's happened since trick attempt number 4.
Yeah, and we can confirm Alice really landed the trick before and she got a 9 for it. So insane scores coming in. Looping the kite really early. She got rewarded for it. Extremity.
Boom. Francesca as well. Great
Responding.
kite angle.
Beautiful. Gets the landing. Gets the height as well.
Give him 10 attempts. Give him 10. I want more.
Look at that. They're getting a better height than before. Wind must be better now.
Yep, definitely. Yeah,
Coming
it's picked
back.
up a little bit. As you say, it's coming in stages, sort of the 5 minutes of a lull, and then it starts to pick up, and we're seeing now
Perfectly.
the girls have a bit more confidence and really push it to the limit. 9.77 and a 9 from Alice. She is in first place. Mika in second. Here she is. Good kicker. Goes up. Kite loop with the board off and the back
Laid
roll.
back. Doesn't get the landing again. I think she really wanted to respond to Alice on this one.
Yeah.
She's looking for the same board off rotation kite loop.
Pippa's now in the mix as well with a great score for that kite loop board off. 8.6. Here we go. 6th trick attempt for Alice. Current heat leader. Wind is on now.
You can see the breeze between the waves,
Yeah, yeah.
which we did not have before.
Wind is on.
Okay, kite loop board off. Coming in. Doesn't get the landing.
Doesn't get the height either.
Gets dragged.
It's okay because it gives us a chance to get our breath back.
You really see the difference on Alice jumping towards the wave and using that kicker.
Big time.
She really goes 3-4 meters higher than when she jumps coming in.
Well, that is her first crash of the heat so far for Alice, and we're back now with last 2 trick attempts.
Yeah.
So it's Pippa now, currently in 3rd place. Obviously had a killer of a move with that kite loop board off. Lowest score she has is a contra loop front roll, which is the 5.37.
White helmet, white lycra on your screen, Pippa. Coming from Netherlands.
You can see there the country flags and the beach ready to provide the winner.
Showing something to the judging tower. Maybe the box was not clear.
Okay, here we go. White flag. Pippa.
Okay. Getting the speed. Hopefully she gets the kicker.
All right, here we go. Nice period between the waves. She has a chance to get the speed now. Back roll, kite loop,
Laid back. Oh, gets the landing as well.
Gets the landing, thankfully.
Tricky landing, yeah.
In the picture.
Bam. A lot of rotation speed.
Yeah, bit.
You want to stop that before the landing to be controlled.
Okay, so passes the baton over to Francesca. Scores dropping for Pippa.
20 plus scores on 3 of the ladies in the final.
Kite loop, plate back.
Added rotation. Gets the landing. But it's tricky for Francesca because she's really jumping in the inside. And doesn't get the help of the kicker. It might be the only stop of the year where you have an advantage jumping right foot forward.
For sure. Which is also good to have it, you know, mixes things up a little bit, forces the riders to train both sides.
Exactly.
Mika now. What are we going to see?
Will it be that kicker?
It is.
Okay, gets the height, laid back, board off, gets the kite loop. Gets the landing! Amazing!
It's smooth. Mika,
we saw it. We saw it. She got the landing.
Is that the first time you've seen that one in competition?
We saw it yesterday. We
did.
saw it yesterday with big scores. And this one was even better, landing with speed and control.
This is going to get
Shows
tight now.
commitment.
This is going to get tight. I think it's going to come down to the last tricks.
Yeah. Because Mikaeli, she already has 2 big scores with 8.6, 8.5.
Yeah, it's going to be big.
This is going to be a 9. For sure. Kite loop.
Which could actually switch things up maybe. It's going to, whatever happens, it's going to be tight at the top. Keep your eyes on your scores. Watching the replay here from Mika. Goes up, initiates the loop.
Gets the height.
Board off.
The travel.
Distance. Smooth landing as well. You can see bending the knees, absorbing the impact.
Okay, it's going to be... We kind of see already the score arriving, is it? It's going to be a big score.
Yeah, that's the luxury we have in the booth. Oh, Alice.
This is really... Oh! She thrown the loop.
Yeah, got caught on one of those waves there. How the hell that board stayed on her feet, I don't know.
And another loop.
Oh, no. It's all going a bit Pete Tong for Alice at the moment on trick attempts number 7. She's going to get timed out here. 9.80. Mikaeli Sol has gone into the lead with a 26.93. She is 0.3 points ahead now of Alice. And Alice here is going to be in a bit of a situation because she is going to be timed out, I believe, on that trick. Unfortunately for her, she caught the lip of that wave on her way out.
Yeah. Losing the board.
Which obviously sucks for her.
Okay, contra loop with the board off. Was it still her turn? We don't see the landing.
I don't know, but I didn't hear a shout either. So I think that tells me that there was either a crash.
Yeah. Alice.
Green flag was still up. It's gone down now.
Yeah.
9.80. Highest scoring trick of the heat, of the day, of the competition so far.
Yeah.
Even including the men.
Completely. The men didn't have that big scores.
Okay, Pippa can still go. But it needs to be pretty much perfect. It needs to be one of the best tricks, if not the best trick she's ever landed before. Coming back left foot forward. I don't think she'll jump this way. I think she'll turn around and tack.
It's her last trick attempt.
Yeah.
She's really looking for the perfect wave. to jump. Yes, we can confirm you. It was a crash from Alice. So she will have to go full on the last trick attempt.
Here we go. Last trick attempt now. Pippa lining
Getting the
up.
speed. Not
Doesn't
this
like it.
kicker. Looking for the other one.
Good kicker.
Okay. Kite loop, boogie loop. Ah, doesn't get the landing.
So Pippa will remain in third place. She is a slither ahead of Francesca at the moment.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a battle between Mika and Alice, but Francesca also has plenty in the tank.
Francesca will be looking for this podium spot.
Yeah.
The third place. She'll be looking to improve that 5.7 contra loop front roll.
What a final we have here in Jericho Acquire. This is the last heat of the day. It's 5:30, and we've got the last tricks of the day for all the riders here. 8 tricks they've done. Only 3 are going to be counting. And Francesca here is going for her final trick attempt, as Edgar said, needing the third place to go on that podium.
She's be going for the bigger kite as well. Oh, misses out on the last trick. Oh.
Really seeing a big difference here in going right foot forward using those waves.
Yeah.
So Francesca, unfortunately...
You really want to be training both sides.
Yeah. So this is where it comes down to, Edgar. We've got our first and second positions. We've also got our third and fourth at the moment, but the first and the second can change. Mika knows that she's got to go big here.
Alice is not far behind. No. Alice is not far behind. So
not even less than half a point.
It's all or nothing on those last 2 trick attempts from these girls. Insane performance throughout the final.
Okay, here we go. Waiting for the flag to go, Mika Sol on the beach.
Yeah, waiting for the area to be cleared.
Here we go, blue flags goes up. Mika Sol, last trick.
All or nothing.
Local
all or
crowds.
nothing. She has amazing score. She just wants to improve.
Here we go. I reckon it's over this one. This one's lining up nicely. Good kicker for Mika. Takes it.
Okay, look at that boogie loop board off. Does she get the landing? Yes, she does.
Oh my God,
this is going to be huge. Look at that, people jumping on the beach.
It is the huge, saving the best till last.
Amazing, amazing.
Giving me shivers here in the booth.
All the way on the left, it's Mika's dad jumping, being happy, shaking hands.
Let's just watch this one again. I mean, you know they're going big when she reaches that sort of height. Huge there.
Over the horizon. Beautiful.
Perfect landing. Great kicker.
This is really finals
Boom.
we like to see.
Oh, what a shot. And it's looking
for an insane score coming in.
Insane. Mikaeli Sol.
Pretty sure it will be confirmed.
Pretty much.
Look at that. Alice will have the chance to answer that.
Oh, God, Alice. Come on, Alice. Deliver.
And she has the possibility.
Goes up. Doesn't go as big as Mika.
Contra loop, board off.
Does land.
There's the landing. It's going to be close. It is going to be close. All the eyes on the scores
eyes
right
on Mika.
now.
This is good here. Scores still to come in. You can see there Mika looking at the scores, waiting for it to be confirmed. We have the inside knowledge a little bit, but still waiting for it to be confirmed. Alice here, last trick of the heat, going for that contra loop board off as well with the front roll.
Did not get the height as Mika had, but got a nice distance traveled.
Good distance. Not the height as you said. Didn't hit that horizon line.
Yeah.
Mika Sol. It's a perfect 10 from Mika. It's a perfect 10 from Mikaeli Sol.
Insane. Look at that.
You know she's stoked.
Total score of 28.40, which is insane. Insane.
And with that result there, with that perfect 10, she has taken the win here in Brazil. Jericho acquired the home spot, and look at the passion. It says it all. Edgar, what an unbelievable
in the home country. Look at that. You see Andrea with the Jotun team cheering for her. He's been helping for the scores.
She's stoked. I haven't seen Mika like this after a win.
Good sportsmanship as well. You see Zara on the side cheering for her. Look at that. The energy is insane.
I mean, hats off to all 4 riders there. What an unbelievable final here. And what a way to end the day. I mean, unreal level of riding here. Mika's going
Beautiful
to take the
level.
title. A way to finish with the 10 as the Brazilian flag gets raised high in the sky.
Look at that, beautiful. We've been seeing some insane move throughout the whole event for the girls.
What a final.
Beautiful. Beautiful. After not competing for a year, Mika is back, winning the first event. That was what she was looking for.
Yeah, I mean, what a way to come back, you know, after taking a year out of competition.
Keeping
now-
the motivation.
yeah, exactly.
As an athlete, it's always really hard to keep that motivation. You see Mika's mom hugging her.
Oh, Alice as well.
Alice as well.
Unbelievable effort from Alice.
Amazing sportsmanship we see on the beach
What an
here.
incredible performance, yeah. I mean, all riders, Francesca, Pippa, Mikaeli, Alice. I
Insane.
mean, even the other ones in the 12 ladder that we've had. So, I mean, it's been amazing, you know, and it's only got better as the days progress. And thankfully, Brazil delivered just before sunset. And your
Beautiful.
champion there, Mika, is kicking things off in the Big Air 2025 tour with a big fat W.
It was really, really, really interesting. The wind coming in as
Here we go.
stronger as soon as the...
There it is.
Look at that.
Boom. Doesn't get better. Well, it doesn't get better. The perfect 10.
Yeah. First time we see a boogie loop board off executed that way
Yeah.
in a competition.
Yeah, it doesn't get better. You can't.
Perfectly aligned with the kicker, with everything. Amazing. So as you see on the screen, she was with a 7 meter. Wind was picking up. 7 meter Evo D-Lab. Happy with this.
Yeah, amazing there for Mika. Tell you what, Cafe Jerry's going to get it tonight, Edgar.
Well, not for me, not for me. The event is not over yet for the boys.
No, it's not.
But yeah, ladies.
Ladies can get party.
Yeah, they will enjoy the rest of the event now as a public.
But there we have it. Yeah, as you can see there, Mika.
Yeah, you see the smile, you see the energy.
Yeah, there's
Pretty
plenty of
stoked to be
energy.
back to the top spot after a year.
So there we have it. That is the end of the second day here in Jericho, and it's been amazing to have Edgar once, you know, joining me for these later stages in the event and on the stream. I hope you've enjoyed it. Big thanks for joining. I mean, just give us a sum up. I mean, obviously you're on the water, you joined us in the booth. What a day! And you can only keep your fingers crossed that you're going to get similar conditions tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully we get the same conditions or even better tomorrow, because tomorrow is going to be the semifinal and the final of the men division in the afternoon. I think tomorrow morning we'll go for the foil again and some twin tip. The last semifinal and final of the men tomorrow afternoon. So hopefully we get these conditions that the ladies had for the final. Beautiful. You see the scores were paying. The height was there. Beautiful.
Yeah, all rewarded, and rightly so. Big Air is running truly thriving right now, and these ladies are at the forefront of it.
Congratulations for all the ladies, all the athletes out there.
So there we go. We're going to stay with the shot as we just watch these ladies. I'm going to follow up with some heat highlights, and then we will be back. Myself, potentially Edgar as well, but he's competing. We'll try and get some other riders join us into the stream, into the booth as well. But for now, just enjoy these vibes down here in Jerry. Enjoy the heat highlights, and we will see you again tomorrow. Big thank you, Edgar.
Thank you, guys. Hope you enjoy tomorrow as well.
just missed my flight. Didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.